Gaming news today is all about good news. First, we have very promising info leaking about the PlayStation 6 Handheld. Given everything we've heard about the device and my own theories about PSSR, this is shaping up to land very close to what I expected. Second, we have an update on the Nintendo patent against Palworld, and the battle over those companies is still not over, but things are moving in a good direction for those of us who were cheering against Nintendo and their anti-competitive efforts with that patent. Third, is Marathon teasing some measure of PvE in the future? We're going to look at recent remarks from the game's director, seemingly sounding like the plans for the game are evolving, and it might open the door for other types of content and options using words like merciful. So we will take a look at that. Now, if you're watching this later, we do a variety gaming show like this Monday through Friday. I cover pretty much anything going on. Come and discuss, debate. I also keep it safe for work. Hit the like and subscribe button. That helps me out. We are also working on a member goal on the channel. For $5 a month, you get a badge and emotes, and you can get into my members-only Discord. So consider clicking join. It helps me do this full time. So let's just get to the first story. The next era of hardware with PlayStation is starting to get very leaky. Notable and reliable hardware leaker Kepler is once again dropping details about PlayStation, and this time it's about their future handheld. And no, this will not be the better version of the PlayStation Portal that is likely arriving sometime this year. This is being referred to as the PlayStation 6 Handheld or the PS6 Handheld, even though it will likely function more like a handheld PS5 based on all available info. Insider Gaming reported on this, and they opened by saying that, quote, "We have seen many details about the PlayStation 6 handheld in recent months, including claims from insiders that it has an impressive memory specs and is also dockable." Now, according to Kepler, this is not Insider Gaming now, it's me, we can start comparing it to existing devices and consoles in the market right now. Here is what Insider Gaming said. A new post in a recent NeoGAF thread by Kepler compares the PS6 handheld's GPU to that of the Xbox Series S. The insider stated that it is rumored that the handheld's GPU is a bit ahead of the Series S in raster and massively ahead in aspects like ray tracing and path tracing. But he said more than this. He also confirmed that it will feature PSSR 3, which is likely related to a future PSSR update next year, as Mark Cerny indicated that no other updates would be coming to PSSR in 2026. Insider Gaming reported that, quote, when asked whether PSSR 3 would be better than Switch 2's upscaling, the insider stated that Switch 2 only has DLSS 2, and some games even use the worst DLSS Lite. FSR 5/PSSR 3 will be better image quality than even current DLSS 4.5. Insider Gaming also reported that the handheld would have a good amount of memory at 24 gigs. My takeaway and conclusion on this is pretty simple. First, the lower power mode will likely start showing up on more and more first-party titles, as we've already seen it showing up, and recently it started getting added. I saw it, appear on Ghost of Yotei. Second, it seems I was correct in my theory that a PlayStation handheld was tied to a breakthrough with PSSR. Even when we first learned about PSSR, when we started hearing rumblings, I also heard rumblings about a handheld and thought the two were related. Now, I theorize that PSSR might help a weaker device like a handheld get more headroom and hit good levels of image quality and performance that are typically not possible on a handheld device. Given the praise for PSSR 2 from tech outlets like Digital Foundry and how the differences are so good, PSSR 3 will likely be even better and in turn make the handheld a very strong contender in the space. And I definitely intend to get one, given the impression that I've been given about, look, the updates to the Pro have been amazing, updates to the Portal have been amazing. If they treat the handheld the same way, I expect it to be decried as overpriced, dumb, and DOA, and then, just like the Portal and the PS5 Pro, it will get better with age. But those are just my thoughts, and I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. Which I need to thank some people. I'm going to do a little bit of a break here in the show open. Somebody anonymously gifted 55 subs over on Purple. That is absolutely ridiculous. I will add those in a moment. I'm in the middle of my show open. I got to go through these news pieces, and Wired Rope with the 5, and Ginger with a 5, and Haseo with a single, and Joker Quinn with a single on YouTube. You guys are going crazy. Thank you so much for the overwhelming support. We've been back on Twitch for a while, and now Alex is adding another 5, and the hype train is going. Get it going, boys. Let's keep talking. We got plenty to celebrate like this. good news, Nintendo has lost their patent, which should help Palworld Lawsuits land in Pocketpair's favor, but the battle's not quite over. In case you missed it, Nintendo famously filed a patent about capturing monsters with a ball and having them fight for you in the wake of Palworld's very first trailer getting very popular way back before the game launched. Well, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has rejected that patent on a non-final basis. What that means is Nintendo can still appeal the decision, so it is not final yet. Keep in mind, in October of 2025, there was an anti-Palworld patent that was also rejected in Japan, and the main reason? Prior art. From Insider Gaming's reporting at the time, they said this: it was dismissed for lack of an inventive step, meaning it did not involve an innovative idea that was not an obvious combination of two or more pre-existing concepts. Several games were cited as prior art references. Now, that decision back then was also non-final, but I couldn't find any updates, so it seems that maybe that decision in Japan has stuck, which means the decision here in the US will hopefully stick as well. According to Insider Gaming, the decision to reject the patent was, quote, coming after the re-examination process following Nintendo's missed deadline for the response. So Nintendo's already missing deadlines, they're not responding. And the USPTO, that's the office, they use the same logic as Japan based on a combination of several prior art references. Well, what were those? Insider Gaming states that the first prior art reference, Taro, was filed in 2019 and covers most of the summon and fight in one of two modes patent is about. This patent can be combined with Yabe and Motakura, thereby invalidating claims 1, 2, 5 through 7, 10 through 14, 17 to 19, and 22 to 26. The remaining 8 claims are covered by a 2020 patent by Bandai Namco for Shio Mamoto. Now, Nintendo 2 has 2 months to appeal. Nintendo has 2 months to appeal. Now, I'm not sure what the window for appeal is in Japan. It's been roughly 6 months since the rejection of their patent in Japan. So things are looking very good for the Palworld lawsuit. And given how litigious Nintendo is, gamers can all celebrate them losing this legal battle, as it was not about protecting an existing trademark or an IP. It was clearly an anti-competitive move to keep similar games to Pokemon from releasing. Imagine if FromSoft did this with the bonfire mechanics or other elements of Souls games. What if Hades was not allowing all those other Hades clones out there? They were getting smacked down by Supergiant Games. Iteration and innovation is good for the gaming market, and Nintendo's anti-competitive efforts losing, well, that's a thing that we can all celebrate. But those are just my thoughts. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on the matter as well. And now to the one that I think is just continuing to play out in a very interesting way, Marathon and PvE. Hang on, I'm trying to get you guys a trailer to play here. There we go. A continued point of debate about Marathon is the lack of a PvE option. In 2025, the game saw rough reception and an art theft controversy, and that year unearthed reliable leaks that even Bungie employees tried to tell leadership that some elements of PvE would be needed for the game. Paul Tassi had contacts at Bungie that indicated devs at the studio voiced concerns about the game's direction for 5 years. Many repeatedly stressed that the game would need some element of PvE, but Bungie senior leadership, which was described as a, quote, good old boy group, well, they brushed the feedback off. Here's the quote. Marathon was originally pitched by higher-up good old boy Bungie leadership, and as far back as 5 years ago, devs were telling them that would not and what wouldn't work and were often ignored. Many said previously that it needed to have some sort of PvE component. Well, now it seems they might be considering some elements of a peaceful option or PvE option. Joe Ziegler, the game's director, took to Twitter to say that they are looking at their next couple of patches to adjust outliers in the combat space. When he was done listing what items they would be adjusting or nerfing, he said they would be adding some stuff that can help, quote, add texture to the outcomes of fights. So basically, you have to read this in the context of people have been fighting. That's what these 2 items are about. A fight has taken place, now what do you do? One of those items is a new item to give solos a more common option when down. The other is a, quote, new item to give a more merciful option between crews. Now, merciful could mean any number of things. First, he doesn't say downed crews, but again, he's talking about crews that have been fighting. It could be that if you're already full of loot, and you just want to let the downs team keep their loot, maybe there's an item that allows you to say, hey, you can keep your loot, maybe you get some money or something. Or maybe it's an option to use an item to res that down teamed, and now they're on your team. This would essentially be a non-PvP exchange now. They are now on your team. You're now working together. Because he says merciful option, it could mean some way to tag as non-PvP with this new secret item. So teams might have an option to simply not fight. You start fighting, one of you flags as non-PvP, the other team says, all right, hey, let's do it. It's not going that well. Maybe there's one or two of you left. If anything, it seems they are already considering leaning the game towards those players who are not as PvP inclined, or they don't like how punishing the game was. Remember that Ziegler is one of the ones who talked about how the game is not for everybody. He concluded his tweet by saying this: we've still got a big list of things that we're looking into that extends beyond this and will take us more time to figure out, and we'll update you as we continue to build on our evolving plans. Now listen, I'm not trying to twist his words or project anything here, but it's clear their plans are evolving. They're adding things to the game and adjusting things to the game to make it more approachable. Keep in mind, Joe Ziegler famously said that the game was not for you if you wanted PvE. In one of his earliest addresses about the game, he said this: I think if you are only looking for PvE experiences, definitely Marathon is not the game for you. We are very comfortable saying, yeah, this isn't a game for everybody. This is a game for if you like PvP experiences, especially in sandbox spaces, then this is probably something you're going to enjoy. Now, all of a sudden, he's talking about a merciful option between crews, and he states that their plans for this game are evolving. To me, this has to be related to player numbers. I know folks are tired of hearing about it, but listen, this is an ongoing narrative for any live service game, especially one that launched and hasn't even done a forced seasonal wipe yet. They're about a month into the game's launch. I know folks are tired of looking at the Steam charts, but listen, the player numbers continue to hit new lows every day. This is the trajectory of the game since launch. It has not hit that reliable floor yet. It continues to drop every single week. Off-peak hours are now dropping as low as 10,000 concurrent players on Steam. There are regions complaining about long matchmaking times, as well as lag once they finally get into a game. It seems impossible to me at this point to think that Bungie is not internally having very difficult discussions. The game is on pace to not have a player base, and they are likely trying to chart a course to fix that. Both with those who bought the game and are seemingly playing less since Cryo Archive. The Cryo Archive launched and has expedited the game's decline. That is not a good sign. That's your aspirational content. That was the content that was supposed to give this game a jolt of energy, and it seemingly has done the opposite. But also, there are people that have completely avoided this game. The question is, can Bungie do some sort of big 2.0 moment where the game opens up the floodgates and gets the public to give the game another try? I've said this a couple of times recently. It really does feel like 2025 killed this game, and it just hasn't died yet. Bungie lost the public's eye, and I don't know if they can do anything seismic or tectonic enough to get it back. The art theft controversy, that really bad showcase, that alpha that they thought was going to wow people, so they let people stream it, it basically made everybody shrug and look away from the game, and they haven't really looked back since. Which, for fans of the game, this is not an encouraging thought. And I'm going to continue to say, the Toxic Defense Force is going to expedite this game's death. Any feedback or criticism is called hate or grifting or disingenuous. I've covered this game infrequently since it comes out, once or twice a week. I've done maybe one or two dedicated streams since then to basically talk about where the game is standing, and it's labeled as hate. It's labeled as grifting. This is what we do. We cover the video game industry. I've been covering live service games for a decade. I covered Bungie's game Destiny for half of that decade. I have covered the game since the showcase, since Marathon was first announced, and all along the way, I've offered feedback. I've offered ideas. I have a video on the channel of how they can improve the game. That's not hate. Hate is calling people names and ridiculing them just because they're critical of something that you're enjoying. Virtually every piece of feedback that I have said since the server slam, as well as since the official launch of the game, has ended up in the patch notes from Bungie. Strange that all my feedback was dismissed by fans, and yet it continues to be some of the primary things that Bungie is focusing on. I went back and I listened to my shows in the wake of the Marathon server slam. It is alarming how clueless the ardent fans of this game truly were. Virtually everything I said would happen to this game has happened, and virtually all of my feedback continues to be echoed by swaths of players and then implemented in the patches with Bungie. Ammo economy in the early game, health economy in the early game, bot health in the early game, the steep slope of the onboarding. These are all things that Bungie continues to address and look at. And yet the strongest fans of the game will insult, they'll attack, they'll call what I'm saying and what I'm providing with feedback, they call it hate. This is going to be one of those, oh, go play something else. Wait, not like that situations, as the biggest fans make the game more unlikable than it already is. And I'm going to be honest and a little transparent. The way that people attack and ridicule anybody who is critical of Marathon, you make this so tribalistic and toxic, you are actively making folks like me feel like we're on opposite sides, cheering either for the success or the death of the game. In other words, you guys are so toxic, you make someone like me, who is offered feedback, analysis, and criticism, you make me feel like I should be actively cheering against you, like I'm your enemy. And I've never wanted that for this game. I've said time and time again, I love community. But the Toxic Defense Force, you're making the conversation feel like you're creating enemies and folks who are going to cheer when this game dies, which is something that I simply will not do. But those are just my thoughts, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well, which we can do right now. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you guys so much for being here. After the show open, make sure you guys are always going crazy on the like button. Welcome on in. Let's see if we can get I got to get the numbers going here. You guys went crazy on the show open. Whenever you guys do that during the show open, I can't do much but other than say a quick thank you, and then I have to move on. Okay, hang on. Let me get this going here. So Twitch opened up the day, an anonymous gifter with the 50 bomb to 197. That same anonymous gifter, I think, dropped another 5 on the channel. Then Wired Rope dropped a 5 on the channel over there on Twitch, and then Alex dropped a 5 as well, and then Donkey Sausage renewed over there on Twitch for 38 months. Welcome back, Donkey Sausage. Guys, amazing level 10 hype train. The record on the channel is like a level 14, and you guys have already done a level 10, and the day just started. And we also have some people to thank over here on YouTube. We've got Haseo, Han shot first, and so did you, the first gifted member over here on YouTube. And then a 5 bomb comes in from Ginger, and then a single comes in from Joker Quinn that puts us at 220. A $5 super chat from Andy Ackerman says, people would stop saying you're a grifting hater if you'd stop grifting and hating. That's how it works, Lono. It's just that simple, Andy. It's just that simple. Great monologue. Thank you. I did. Andy's not being Toxic Defense Force, guys. He's joking. You cannot cheer for something that is inevitable. I thought about that last night. I literally sent out a tweet, and I was like, the Toxic Defense Force, you guys are the worst thing for the game. And there it is. Broken Earth's going to secure the 225 milestone. I owe Twitch 3, and I owe YouTube 3, and I'll wait until we hit 5 bombs today. Let's see who can get it. Yeah, Andy Ackerman was joking around. It was interesting to me that last night, I send out a tweet about the Toxic Defense Force, and then they all prove that they're toxic by jumping on the tweet and being nasty and hateful. And it's like, you're making people hope the game dies because they would love for you to get what you deserve. I'm literally seeing people respond that way. It's like, I am not going to respond that way, but you're actively making people respond that way. They're going to gloat if the game dies. You're making people hope for that because you're being so tribalistic. It's like, we're just offering feedback. Homies, the numbers don't look good. You got Joe Ziegler saying that the plans are evolving. Something's got to be going on internally over there if they're willing to offer merciful options. So this is a game that's PvP, and it's punishing, and it's not for everybody, and you're a month in, and they're already talking about adding merciful options. They're clearly oh, we got to make some changes here. Lona, you're a short-headed dude saying you didn't play and own the game when you did. Well, I think that they just mindlessly respond, true SSJ Havoc, because I would imagine there are people hating on the game that are purely just hating on it because it's either Bungie or it's another live service game. There are people that are doing that, and then you just get lumped in if you're like, hey, I think they should do this, or man, I'm really worried about this, or I'm really worried about the player numbers, or whatever. Like everything, I'm not kidding you. I went back and listened to both of my streams in the wake of the server slam, and it is staggering how wrong the ardent fans were. The hardcore fans for this game, they don't come around anymore. They do not like being here when we talk Marathon. They don't want to hear about it. Why? Because they were all wrong. It's just like when all the Xbox boys stopped coming around because they were cheering for the ABK deal, and then when it all went belly up and didn't go good for them, they stopped coming around to the show. I literally have fans that are like, I don't like coming to the show when you talk about Marathon. It's because you guys were wrong. Everything you said was wrong. It was like we were all trying to say. I just kept saying, I was like, I don't see how this game's going to have a big enough player base. How are you going to get people? How are you going to have any momentum? Roadkill, thank you for a gifted member, and that gets us to 226. Loving the fact that Marathon's still getting talked about and feedback provided for it, especially a day after a major update to Arc Raiders, and not a word about it anymore. I mean, we covered Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is doing fine. Its player-based numbers are fine. Like, its player-based numbers didn't spike back up at the 200s or 300s. It might do that over the weekend, but the player-based numbers certainly bounced a little bit back from the update. That's to be expected. Helldivers had similar results when they would do updates all that while later. There's nothing to say about Arc Raiders. So yeah, they did an update. I covered it. I talked about all the things they were adding, and then the player-based numbers look fine. A $5 super chat from Jack Garland, Death Metal Riff, Maidenless, Death Metal Riff, unemployed. That's right. Yeah, here's your coverage. Arc Raiders is awesome and doing well. Like, I don't know. Chris Raygun says he thinks PlayStation's best first-party experience, and I couldn't stop laughing. Best Jaina, thanks so much for the Prime sub over there on Purple. I appreciate it. I can't play Arc Raiders or Marathon extraction shooters. They're just not for me. Well, here's the thing. The issue with Marathon, to me, is like, how fast the goalposts have shifted in the conversation. It went from, you don't know what you're talking about, there's big demand for a game like this, to, it's okay if there's a really small player base, this game's not for everybody, to, now Joe Ziegler's like, our plans are evolving. They're adding a merciful option of some sort to either curb down the PvP, maybe a PvE option. Maybe they're going to let you like flag as non-PvP or res a team after a fight, so now they're on your team. That would very much be a PvE move to suddenly have a game where you can start working together. Bullneem with 42 months and a member plus. Thank you so much. TJ Boom Boom says too many dads. I'll say this, and I heard Astacross is saying this. You don't want all the dads to leave. And thank you so much, Rissick, for gifting a member. And it goes to Kirk. Astacross famously is telling his audience. Somebody told me he had to drop it because they were being so toxic. He was like, you don't want all the casual dads to leave. You're going to be begging them to come back. I said the same thing in Battlefield 6's launch. I said, you can make fun of me for being a casual dad all you want. If we all leave the game, it's going to be so sweaty, you're not going to have a good time. Parasita says, I played Ark the other day for the first time in months. Genuinely enjoyed the new stuff that they've added since. Astacross before the game launched. Marathon isn't going below 100K on Steam. After it didn't even hit 100K, Steam charts are bad. It's interesting. I don't know if Astacross said that, but that was another thing in the wake of the server slam. People kept telling me, they're like, you can't base any predictions about the game off the server slam. And I'm like, huh? And look where it landed. And a $5 super chat from Darth Nihilus says, I put in over 100 hours into the game and I love it. Would like a story or a PvE mode for lore, but for bringing new in players, I think PvE ship has sailed. It's very possible, Darth Nihilus, that they're just not going to be able to get anybody's attention. Andy Ackerman says, I'm boosting Rise Jones. Where does the flock find your shirt? Okay, hang on a second. Rissick with 2 single gifteds. Boom, boom, getting us to 231. We're exactly 20 away. Han shot first. I forget where I got this. I really, truly do. I don't remember where I got this shirt. I got it years ago. Maybe in a loot crate or something. I genuinely can't remember. Cross has been saying that about Dad since trials in D2 in various ways. He was right back then, too. Yeah, I think Astacross is exactly right. It's something that I've said for a very, very long time. If you continually berate casuals and tell them to get out of your game, they'll leave, and then you'll be very mad. You'll be very unhappy. You will not like the result. You don't want all the mid lane players leaving. You don't. 9 months from Jeffrey. I'll try Marathon if they do third person like Helldivers. Well, they're not going to do that. Thank you so much for renewing, though. I appreciate that, Jeffrey. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be doing any kind of third person. I just think it's clear they are open to pretty significant changes if they're all of a sudden talking about merciful options. Paul says snipers are way too OP. God help people playing long term. The thermal sniper is nasty. And now they're looking at thermal scopes being too present and dominant and snipers being too strong. And there are people very unhappy about that. I saw people responding to Joe Ziegler and they're like, do not nerf snipers. You're going to make the game for unks and unk raiders babies. I was like, there it is. There's the tribalism. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, do that very quickly. Make that your ritual. Whenever you get to the show, give it a quick thumbs up. Kirk says, Astacross is one of the biggest names consistently playing, and he has suggested pure PvE maps with loot capped at blue rarity. He said casuals spend money and also don't sweat, so you've got to cater to them. I think Astacross is dead on. I think he's dead on target. It's like you have to see that people would come and play that. Like you cap the loot, you give people an environment where they can just grind, work on stuff for the factions, and then they can take the risk and go into the PvP environments. If you don't give people that inroad, this is where you're headed. This is where you're headed. Just new lows every single week. No stable floor. If you say, hi, Ollie, I'll like. Hello, Ollie. Hopefully that was close enough to what you requested. Like, you're headed in the exact wrong direction. I know people are tired of talking about the Steam charts and the Steam numbers, but I think if you listen to what Joe Ziegler has said multiple times this week, they are really, really trying to act fast. They are. They're trying to update things quickly. He's talking about their plans are evolving. They want to add a merciful option for teams that have fought. Like, that sounds like you're leaning the games towards PvE players, which many people have said they don't want them to do. I think Luke Smith made a better suggestion. What did Luke Smith suggest? Lono, do you expect the average player count for Marathon? It's already at 23K. I think we'll be at 10K in 2 weeks. I honestly don't know. Here's the thing you have to realize, okay? Once you start to drop, and I've talked about this a lot, once you start to drop so low, it speeds up. It speeds up because it has a compounding effect. You have players that are like, well, my friends aren't playing anymore. You've got guys in South America complaining about how long it takes to get a match, and then when they get into the match, it's laggy. You're already on your back foot. You're already on your back foot. It's like it's just going to keep happening. What can you do to stop that? I honestly don't know, because I don't think they can act fast enough. Lona was saying the biggest fans are making the game worse. Yeah. They're making the game more unlikable. They're literally making people cheer for the game to fail. It's like you're actively making enemies of the game. Yes, there are people, hating. South America has the internet? TJ, could you be more geocentric? What in the F? Like, yes, they have the internet. I'm pretty sure they have running water too. Gee, many Christmas. I think somebody meant to say Luke Stevens, and I read it as Luke Smith, or you wrote Luke Smith and you meant to write Luke Stevens. Luke Stevens basically said that the game needs more big spectacle moments like the lockdown event because modern gamers are attracted to those cinematic type moments. Moments only matter when you have the public's attention. Fortnite consistently has the public's attention, so when they do big events, everybody pays attention because it's Fortnite. Even if you're not playing, you're like, oh, it's Fortnite. What's going on over there? Jenny with 4 months over there on Purple. Thank you so much, Jenny. And 38 months over here on YouTube as well. Jenny with the double dip. Boom, boom, getting us to 234. Thank you very much. We are on pace to miss again the goal this week, boys. So if you want that Saturday night stream with Madam, you're going to want to keep it going. Kirk says it's pure elitism in the community. I saw a girl on X complaining everyone in her lobby she defeated and looted had free kits and didn't bring better loot for her, as if they aren't players dedicating time. Well, here's the thing. We got way too many Lukes and Lucases here, says Jack Garland. That's right. Derek says, Lono, long waits for matches and laggy games is way worse than back foot, I'd say. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they're not really on their back foot. It's like, wait, no, this is worse than your back foot. You're in. I would imagine they've got to be in panic mode. It's like this is where games go to die when you have people that can't even play. That's how I remember online gaming 27 years ago. No way that gets by today. Yeah, it'll make people quit. That was a lame take on her part, though. Well, here's the other thing that's going to start to happen. When the player base gets small, what ends up happening is lots of degenerate gameplay. People will get mad. People will grief. People will do all sorts of things. They will literally play in ways that are cannibalistic because as the lobbies shrink, as the experience gets worse, it'll get bad. The player base will start to behave in very degenerate ways because it's just when it's in that downward spiral. I mean, the player numbers feel like they're circling the drain. Like if you can't get people in certain countries to match, they'll just stop playing. You think Bungie's in layoff territory. That's the thing that people keep coming back to is like, is this going to lead to layoffs? And it's like, I honestly don't know. I don't know what it's going to come down to PlayStation's decision. So we covered this the other day. Maybe a lot of you weren't here for it. We didn't have the greatest turnout that day. I think a lot of people skipped because it was on the precipice of April Fool's. So like nobody wanted to get tricked. Bungie's hiring has been taken over by SIE. They also seem to be going through a hiring freeze. There's only one job posted on the Bungie website for a position. That's abnormal for Bungie. Typically over the years, they always have a rotation of open positions. They don't have any right now. They have one, and it's being handled by SIE. It's a remote position for Marathon. Okay? So here's the thing. If SIE is handling the hiring, and hiring has seemingly come to a screeching halt, something is coming. That something could be layoffs. It could be restructure. It could be some new, effort with which many of us have thought maybe they're going to be doing Destiny 3. Queue times are getting longer than Hunt Showdown, says Kirk. I tested it out last night, so that's not a good indication at all. If you're in North America and you're struggling with matchmaking, that's a huge concern because that's where the bulk of the players are. Catering position. No, it was like a lighting specialist or something for Marathon. It's a remote position. Is the remote Marathon position for someone to actually play the game? No, it's not high pay for development out west either. Like if it's somebody living out west, it wouldn't be enough. It's like 100 to 125,000. That's comfortable where I live, right? You'd be very comfortable at six figures in Kentucky. But not out west, you wouldn't. Like, you'd need to be closer to 200 out there. Like, 100 to 125, that's not very good money out west. So it's going to have to be somebody who lives in a part of the world where their living expenses and their cost of living is not very high. So that's the thing, is that if SIE has taken over hiring and there's only one open position, that sounds like a hiring freeze. It also sounds like PlayStation and Sony are saying, listen, we're not doing anything right now because, again, the anticipation is that we get to the summer and there's going to be significant changes. There's the June update in Destiny 2. There's the fear that everybody leaves once that final payout comes from PlayStation, and then that'll result in something. Layoffs, restructuring, I don't know, new leadership implemented. We just don't know. We just don't know. I'm glad I don't have a problem finding a match at this moment. Yeah, if you play during peak hours, you're probably okay, especially if you're in regions of the world where there's still lots of players, but like it gets down pretty low at night on Steam. Like if you're trying to play in those off-peak hours, I mean, there's like 10,000 people playing on Steam. If you're playing on console and you've turned off crossplay, it's got to be a dadgum nightmare. So again, the Joe Ziegler tweet to me signals not just one tweet, multiple tweets this week. And the blog post, I feel like they're trying to really, really project strength and reaction. Like, hey, we're here, we're committed, that's a strong front, and We're reacting. We're making changes. The plan is evolving, right? The question becomes, will they be able to do things in a quick enough manner to turn the numbers around? You've got to get the player floor established. There is no established player floor right now. There just isn't. It seems like two probable scenarios, says Kirk. Sony rides it out because they want Destiny 3 and it'll hold firm to get their ROI for the acquisition, or they'll cut Bungie down by about 50% to maintain Marathon. I can't imagine maintaining what, though? Like, I think that's a possibility, Kirk, but the question for that possibility is maintain what? What are you maintaining? They haven't even hit a reliable player floor yet. It's been a month, and it's just been in decline every day, every week. Well, no, I know Nintendo protecting their gameplay mechanics seems extreme to most now, but it seems a chance that companies are going to wish they protected their properties more with the direction of AI. Well, AI would be more of a concern and a threat, Russell, to established trademarks, IPs, characters, things like that. Mechanics? I don't care if an AI game tries to do some kind of slop mimicry of mechanics that are out there. Like, let AI try to make a Souls game. Do it. Let's see how fair and how consistent the iframes are, and the boss fight, and all of the billions of permutations that can happen in a single boss fight. All the different things that can happen. Let's see AI manage that. I just don't think so. I don't think you're going to see like mechanics getting like hijacked by AI, and companies are going to be like, man, I really wish we would have done a bunch of patents. The biggest concern with AI is like duplication of like art style, characters, protected trademarks and IP, things like that. Nintendo was doing an anti-competitive trademark. They were doing an anti-competitive trademark. They saw a game that was basically going to be similar to Pokemon getting a lot of heat, and they didn't want it to come out. Well, no, from your opening monologue, patents are by design anti-competitive. They are a legal monopoly for a set period of time, but that only works if the United States Patent and Trademarks Office only grants proper patents. I mean, the intention of what I was saying was, though, patents at their core are not necessarily always, the intention is not anti-competitive. It's like, well, we don't want anybody to compete with our football that we're making, right? Like, if you want to make a football, you can get, the raw materials and the production and everything else. And somebody's like, oh, no, we've patented that. You can't make that. It's like, well, at its core, that's anti-competitive, but the way that Nintendo went about it was not in the spirit of, we've got this idea and we don't want people to take it. It was, oh, you're a direct threat to what we've done. We want to kind of like do this now. Like, I feel like there's a vast difference between saying, we don't want people stealing our idea so that we can make money. At that level, yes, that's anti-competitive. That's not what Nintendo was doing. Nintendo was like, oh, hey, they're gonna have a game that's gonna be very popular and be adjacent to one of our pieces of property. We don't like that. It's a reward for innovating and then sharing the knowledge with the public. Nintendo is not doing that. Right, that's the difference. Like, if you have innovated and come up with a new idea and you want to protect that idea so that then you can therefore profit off that idea, that at some level, in its heart of hearts, is anti-competitive. You're making it difficult for people to be competitive. Those glasses are fine. Where do you get those? We are partnered with Gamer Advantage. If you use the glasses command, this is the... what are these? Black Infernos. They're Infernos. And they have, like, magnetic sunglasses that click right onto the front. They're very nice. The problem here was the PTO granting that awful patent in the first place. Yes, exactly. So, also Nintendo, hey, can I copy your homework? Sure, just make it look sure it looks different enough. Right, like the idea that like Pokemon was somehow like an original idea. Like, get the frick out of here. Like, plenty of what you see in Pokemon is iterative and derivative of creatures that existed in things like Dragon Quest. Like, the idiocy of thinking that, like, Nintendo nobody here is saying this, but like if anybody thought Nintendo was in the right, like that's pure lunacy. That nothing in Pokemon is actually even that original, like, at all. Kirk says, to answer your question, to maintain what? I mean, I guess a game that has 20 to 30,000 players that they prioritize monetization inside going forward at Sony's behest, and a branding revamp or push for Season 2 or Season 3. Yo, what's good, Hollow Dan? Bungie launching a PvE mode for Marathon? It sounds like they're gearing up for it, yes. I'll be honest with you, I am not trying to project or twist Joe Ziegler's words, but it's like, if you tell me the plans are evolving and you're already adding items for merciful options in PvP, they're 100% headed towards having options for PvE. I think the writing's on the wall. It's going to be, I can feel it. It's like there's going to be some kind of a Hail Mary moment where they basically throw something like that out there. They went from saying, this game's not for everybody, if you like PvP, you'll like this game, to being like, well, we're adding a merciful option, and also, the plans are evolving. It's like, that sounds like you guys are drastically shifting what this game's going to look and feel like. French Fry says, with how things have gone with Destiny 2 and Marathon, is there any way Sony doesn't pay out the final payment they're supposed to do this summer if Season 2 of Marathon and the new expansion of Destiny 2 both coming in June, and somehow sues the Bungie higher-ups, like Mr. 20-car garage guy, for tanking the money they spent to acquire them by making really bad decisions and advice over the years? You can't sue somebody for how they spent their personal income. Like, there's no lawsuit to go after Pete Parsons to be like, hey, you were earning a ridiculous income and you spent a large portion of it on cars. He could have spent it on a Barbie doll collection for all I care. It's his money. You know what I mean? That you can't sue him for that. You know those dance sequences in the old Disney movies like Baloo dancing? And now it's the same as another character in another movie because they trace over the animation? That's how those Pal versus Pokey. That's right. Well, those weren't Pals versus Pokey. That was Dragon Quest versus Pokemon. 20 cars. Don't disrespect Pete like that. Sue them on what grounds? Business judgment is protected if it is reasonable. Rook together strong. No, but serious, I think all Rook lobbies with no PvP would be the way to do it, although I know people want to do their faction contracts. Andy says the merciful option is when Lono argues in circles until Ahmad blocks them to give him a break. That's right. That's right. That's the merciful option. As you guys are tuning in, there's a lot to talk about. There's a leak about the PlayStation 6 handheld. There is an update from Joe Ziegler that I think points to future PvE content in Marathon. I think they're already leaning the game towards PvE players. I think they're already conceding that the game is just too unwelcoming and too punishing. And so, PS6, Marathon, and the Palworld Lawsuit are all on the table for news today. If you've got a question about any of the updates, just let me know. Put what Andy said into the channel wiki. We do have a wiki, don't we? I've been asking for a wiki for literal years. No, we do not. T-Sipper says there's a whole Monhun universe outside of Pokemon. Yeah, exactly. They're not the first to do anything like this. You should react to Laura Fryer's latest video about the adversity between gamers or consumers and devs. It's parallel with Marathon and Bungie. It's very interesting and balanced as always. I watched Laura's video this morning. How long has it been out? I don't like reacting to people's content until it's been on the platform for at least 2 days. I feel like it went up like just last night. At least that's what it felt like to me. Yeah, it's only been on the platform for 19 hours, so I'm going to wait. It is a good video, though. If you guys haven't watched Laura Fryer's latest video, it's actually very excellent. She basically talks about, like, we went from gamers being fans where there was, like, distance between the gamers and the developers, and, like, you'd go to, like, a midnight release and you'd be really excited, to now there's, like, an adversarial relationship between, the developers and the gamers, where, like, the gamers are actively against the games. And she said it's understandable with the live service thing that's been going on. It's like people get kind of tired of it and they're like, here we go again. You're just going to launch some game that's built around making money and squeezing the player or motivating the player, to get in. I'm never touching the rocket launcher in Returnal again. Absolutely rage. The rocket launcher in Returnal is very good with good rolls later in the game. It's not good for early game, though. It's too slow. Guns like the Dreadbound and like the Thermal, they're bad in the early game of Returnal because they're too slow. You need good damage. You need good damage uptime in early parts of Returnal because you have to stun the enemies. And if you can't stun them, you're just going to start taking damage. What I took from that, says Zubair, is that developers used to be gamers and now the industry is controlled by investors. Well, and I think that's the other veil that's been removed, Zubair. Like, I think Laura was really good to be like, the separation between gamers and developers is no longer there. There's no chasm between us anymore. Joe Ziegler's out here tweeting. It's what today's show is partly about. He's just out here tweeting, right? Well, that veil's been removed. Like, there's no separation. I think another third veil or second veil that's been removed is we can see where the money's coming from. And we know that a lot of these games are developed around the idea of like trying to make a bunch of money. I mean, that's essentially what Highguard was. You know what I mean? I like how you respect other people's content, says Gamerboy. You don't see that a lot nowadays. No, you don't. Yeah, we do our absolute best to have standards in how we react to people's content because I think there is reaction content that is done well. I also think there's content that focuses on harming another creator. Like, it's not content that's made in good faith. It's content with intent to harm. I continue to think that, you know, YouTube should have better standards about that, but we're just not going to partake in that kind of content. I'm not going to do something that I think would like actively harm another creator's work, even if I don't agree with them. I typically agree with almost everything Laura says. Even somebody that I don't agree with, I would not do that to their content. I don't think that that's a fair or just thing to do to somebody else's work. I legit should have a job at one of these studios telling them what they should make, and these investors and non-gamers. Well, we talked about this once. We were talking about Horizon Hunters Gathering, and I said that the reason all these games are looking the same is because they make them look like Fortnite because that's a quick way to get an executive happy. That's a visual language that an executive speaks. They're like, oh yeah, that looks like Fortnite. I think that's why Horizon Hunters Gathering looks that way. It's why Highguard looked that way. They're basically going before investors, and they're saying, yeah, we're going to make a game, to kind of compete in this space. And I think that's one of the reasons they all look that way, because investors were like, oh man, we've heard about that Fortnite game. We want to make a ton of money, make a Fortnite game. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like they're looking to capitalize and they don't necessarily understand the industry that they are trying to capitalize on, and that ship is starting to move. Like, something that I think you guys should be encouraged by as gamers is seeing games like Resident Evil 9, Slay the Spire 2, Mutagenics, seeing these small games or just single-player games. Resident Evil's not coming from like a small studio, but seeing single-player games or small studios, seeing them make so much money, what I hope starts to happen is publishers say, hey, there's money to be made in single player. There's money to be made investing in smaller studios. Like, that could be the pendulum swing that ends up really benefiting us. That doesn't mean every game that comes out is going to be a banger, but it certainly would mean that a lot of the money would start to get funneled towards games that we tend to celebrate more, instead of just being like, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of live service opportunism. Gaming industry isn't ruined. Some games certainly get derailed. Right, and I genuinely think the rise of Fortnite is what we're living in right now. This is, if you think about it, we are now X number of years out from the apex of Fortnite that influenced all these plans and all these investors chasing live service. Well, the last couple of years, from Elden Ring to now, I think you're going to start to see investors say, hey, there's other ways to make money in gaming. We don't need to go after the perpetual dollar. We can go after the booming sale. I need you to talk like 20 seconds slower. Zubair says, I don't think big money will ever put money into single-player games. No single-player games make $1 billion. I mean, I think that'll start to shift, though. Maybe they'll start to look at it as like we can place a bunch of smaller bets. Maybe if you back like 8 small studios, you just need a couple of those to pay off and explode. I don't know. I think you could. I don't know. I think you could see it shift. Milt Hugh Lamal with 8 months over there on Purple gets us to 235. Guys, check your primes, check your renewals. We are very far behind on pace this week. We're trying to hit a big goal on YouTube as well. If you've never done a membership, consider it. The Last of Us Online was canceled 24 hours before public reveal. Oh, they were that close. Wow. That's incredible that they were that close to announcing. Hang on, a big comment from French Fries. I didn't mean about what he spent his money on. I'm just using that as his nickname. So they can't try to get Pete Parsons and others pampering their portfolio so that they got acquired. They pretty much acquired nothing. Well, I mean, you have to go back and look at how they were acquired and what they were hoping to get. If they're hoping to sue French Fries, they would have to show some kind of malfeasance or deception, and I don't know if that's going to happen. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's going to happen. The likes, bro? Yeah, we're at 207, guys. Amazing. Amazing on the likes. Cool Spoon says, speaking of games looking like Fortnite, I'm sick of skins and cosmetics not fitting into the game world. Is having a game take its world seriously and have a cohesive art direction too much to ask for? Prime example, Halo, bunny, or cat ears. Well, no, Cool Spoon, we've talked about that. We have talked about that. We have talked about the idea that, who said that? Insider Gaming is reporting that The Last of Us Online was canceled 24 hours before public reveal. They've literally made that decision at the 11th hour is what Insider Gaming is reporting. Here, I'll just show it to you. The Last of Us Online was canceled 24 hours before public reveal. The director of the canceled Last of Us, here, let me get the member count up there so you guys can see it if anybody does anything while I'm reading this. Title recently opened up about how he was informed about the cancellation the day before the reveal. For those unaware, the Last of Us Online project, also known as Factions, was canceled in 2023 as Naughty Dog shifted its focus to single-player party titles. Former PlayStation executive Shuhei Yoshida thought it was great when he played it too. Now the director of the canceled title has provided some insights into what transpired. During an interview with on the Lance E podcast from Tokyo, Last of Us Online director Vinit Argyle, hang on a second. Who is that? Sorcerer, thank you so much for the 58 months. Vinit Agarwal shed some light on how the game was canceled. Agarwal first spoke about the boom in the gaming industry during COVID, noting that online games experienced significant boosts in 2020. Oh, no way. Is my theory about to get proven correct here? DK Beggar with a gifted member gets us to 237. He says, which is when Sony, like all others, decided to put a lot of money into online gaming. I told you guys, like, we were living in the shadow of COVID. We were living in the shadow of Fortnite. It was like everybody wanted a piece of the live service dollars. I told you. I was like, that's why they decided to do it. That's how Last of Us Online was able to secure its funding. And Agarwal stated that the game was doing really, really well internally, and the team was developing at almost 80% completion. It was very close to done. However, over the course of the next couple of years, as people started returning to their offices, spending on online gaming dropped significantly, which led studios to reduce their projects as well. Agarwal added that eventually the studio had to make a decision whether to go ahead with The Last of Us Online or make the next game that Neil Druckmann was directing, which basically led them to pick the game, which was kind of the bread and butter of the studio rather than this experimental game that I was working on, he added. The Last of Us Online director described it as devastating moment and soul-crushing for him as he spent 7 years working on the title. Moreover, he revealed that even after serving as a director on the game, he learned that The Last of Us was being canceled 24 hours before it was going to be announced to the public. In other news, the recent social media post, Neil Druckmann said The Last of Us, he's alluded that there's more coming. He said that there's more stops along the road for The Last of Us. Now that could obviously be about the show. I don't know, but I think there's going to be a Last of Us 3. 80% done. We'll see it again at some point. I mean, they could tack it on as a mode in The Last of Us Part 3. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome into the show. Go through the ritual of hitting the like button. You do not have to subscribe to talk in my chat, but if you do, you'll be notified anytime I'm streaming in the future. So make sure you're doing that. You can also follow over there on Twitch, and you guys can help us with our member count goal. We're trying to get that to 500 by the end of the week, and then we do an extra stream on Saturday with my wife. So check your renewals. Consider signing up or gift. 7 years of work canceled at the very end. That must have been disheartening. It had to be absolutely devastating to think, here we go, we're getting ready to show the public this thing. And they're like, no, we're actually killing it. It's like, wow. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat over here on YouTube. And a $10 super chat from Street Shadow says, I'll say this again and again. This was Naughty Dog's decisions and not Bungie. They gave advice on what it takes to run the game, and Naughty Dog decided to focus on single player. Could Naughty Dog have scaled back, but they didn't? Well, right, everybody, we're on the subject of Bungie. We're on the subject of Marathon, and finding out that The Last of Us Online got canceled 24 hours before being shown, a lot of people are like, yeah, that was Bungie that did that. Listen, I said this to you the other day. It does seem really weird that Bungie told Naughty Dog what it takes to launch a live service game, and then Bungie's like, we're going to go ahead and do the thing that we told you wasn't a good idea. We're going to do the very thing that we told you wasn't a good idea. We're going to launch a game mode and have like a small team support it. And like, huh? Why do you guys think you can get away with it? Rise Jones says, I just started working a new job. Going to start supporting the channel soon. We love what you do, broski. Thank you, Rise Jones. Guys, if you can't support the channel right now, I know times are tough. Hit the like button and chat. Those are two excellent ways to help me do what I do. You make the video and you make the live stream have that movement, and then other people will come in and maybe gift, and you might get one. What's the secret game that Naughty Dog is working on? Is it TLU 3? Probably. After Intergalactic, TLU 3 is probably their next big game. Unless they are deciding to do some kind of a spin-off Uncharted with Cassie Drake. I don't know. I used to give great relationship advice while constantly butchering my own dating life. Sometimes you can't take your own advice. That's true, Zubair. I mean, it's true. It's true. Sometimes it's easier from the outside looking in to be like, I'll give you an example. My wife and I are playing Sworn. We got all the way to King Arthur last night. That fight was hard. I was a little mad there was a second phase because Madam and I got him down to like 20%. I died. She clutched up, and then there was a second phase. And it's always remarkable to me how much easier it is for me to see his attack patterns and his telegraphs when I'm not playing. Like, when I'm watching her play, I'm like, this fight seems so easy. When I'm alive and in the fight with her, I'm like, what the heck is he doing? Huh? Wait, where? What's it doing next? But when I'm watching her, I can see every telegraph as clear as day. Like, I think sometimes from the outside looking in, it's easier to see. When you're in those trenches, it's harder to see. And it's like, I think Bungie was in the trenches with Marathon, and they truly thought this game was going to be something special. Like, I think the good old boys of the company, they really thought they had a banger. Sending this message in support. Thank you for sending that message in support. And a $5 super chat from Broken Earth. Bungie thinks the rules don't apply to them. It's the height of hubris and arrogance. It's not that complicated. And 20 months from the Game Effect says, thoughts on Pragmata? Do you think it'll be another Capcom win? I loved the demo, and I did not expect to. I thought I would kind of like it. I really thought it was excellent. I was like, this game looks special, man. I think it's going to do very well. Lono, I don't think they said that this is a bad idea. I think they said you need X number of people and hours to support this, and Naughty Dog said, nah. I think PlayStation could have tried to move it to Bend. Well, here's the thing, Street Shadow. They essentially told them you're going to need to convert your studio into a live service studio. Now, maybe Sworn? Yeah, Sworn is a Hades clone that you can play co-op. There's 4 different characters to unlock and play as. They each have 4 different weapons and 4 different spells that you can unlock. And we got really far last night because I finally switched off of the first character. I liked him so much, but I decided to switch. I was playing as a Rook last night, I think, and I was chunking the bosses. It is a very, very fun game. Madam and I have gotten quite good at it. We've gotten very far. It says that we're 80% through, so we must have cleared a lot. Scroll up and tick love my comment. What'd you say? Sometimes games are canceled because the tax benefits of the expenses will be better than they believe the turn profits will be, and not that the game is bad. I mean, that's possibility, maybe. I don't know if you think that's what's going on here. Saw Mortal Shell 2 gameplay, a renewal here from John Purdy with 26 months. That's a lot of months. And was hyped, only then to be disappointed in the end when it said captured on PC. I mean, that's not abnormal. I don't think a game like Mortal Shell 2, you have to be too worried about how it's going to run on console. We need Hubris and Shadowboxing merch, please. I know, Gone Kid. And GT5 King with 15 months and a member plus gets us to 240. We are a 10 bomb away from 250. That's halfway to the weekly goal on a Thursday. We're going to need to kick it into high gear, boys. You had an anonymous gifter try to help out today on Twitch with 55 members on their own. That's why Twitch is leading with 69. Nice. Naughty Dog becoming a live service studio would have been a very bad decision. You know what beats accounting profits? Actual profits. That's right. What I'm hearing is that Madam is carrying you again. Well, I figured out why she plays so well playing her life. I played as the character that she plays, and the character is like all distance. You basically stand back and like cast lightning and like cast a spell, and then you dodge and do it again and dodge and do it again. I'm playing the guys that got to get up in the mix. I'm playing the guys that got to get close to the boss. So when I played as that character with her, we played very well. I was like, that's how you're always alive. I was like, I'm never taking any damage now. I was like, okay, I see. Now she has a spell where she can put a shield on herself, and it tanks the first hit, and she can constantly put that back on herself fairly regularly. So, like, her survivability went up even more. It's like, Madam is just clutching it up, dude, in Sworn. Only 26 more days until Soros Deluxe Edition, 28 days otherwise. I need that game. I need it. I want to play it. Guys, we're an hour into the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Hit that like button. Get us to 300 likes. Yes, we have been talking about Marathon PvE. I believe we already have early indications that they are considering some type of PvE for the game. They're already. They're indicating they're going to be doing something. There's going to be a merciful option for teams in Marathon gameplay. So, like, after a fight, what do you guys think it's going to be, by the way? Do you guys have any theories? So Joe Ziegler said for teams that get into fights or whatever, there's going to be an item that's going to give you a merciful option. Now, I personally think it's going to be some semblance of res them and now they're on your team. Because what else would be merciful at that point? What would be the mercy that you would have on them? Letting them keep one item or letting them keep their items? I just don't know. Like, at that point, if I down you and I'm going to be merciful to you, you know, am I not merciful? Such a good part in the movie. What do you guys think it is? To me, it's got to be some kind of I think it's going to be some kind of a res and now they're on your team. And that, to me, signals like they're open to the idea of cooperation and non-PvP. They've got to do something to get folks to come back in. And he said at the end of his thing that their plans are continuing to evolve. I don't think they've settled on a conclusion yet at all with what they want to do. I don't think they've settled. I don't. You think Marathon's cooked? Where do you guys land on how long the game lasts? Even if you're playing it, I'm curious. I feel like even people playing it are kind of sensing that it's not going to have a long shelf life. Did you get a review code for Soros? No, I can't get anybody's attention over there at Sony. Unfortunately, there's somebody in charge of community relations at Sony who is they're in a relationship with somebody from Bungie, so there's probably a big old X on my name. Am I not merciful, Lono, when he lets the kids play an extra hour of Fortnite? That's right. Did you see the Division mobile game? Not saying I would play it, just saying it's kind of wild that they basically got the Division 1 on mobile. That's been out for a while, hasn't it? Nova says, here's the thing. They do have a banger. It's just it doesn't have broad appeal. That's where they went wrong. They know how to support a live service game. The issue is they made one for a very small minority of gamers. TJ says 2 years at most. You think it lasts 2 years? Loose Light says until September. Just give players a 4x4 safety kit and people can have some progression while getting whacked. Oh, a 2x2 safety kit. You're saying like a safety pocket. 6 to 8 months, says Booming and Zooming. Servers will stay active, but 6 months top for content. Whoa, buddy. Now that's alarming. What's alarming? I say it gets carried for at the very least a year. PvE is a desperate move to bring in players. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Like, listen, I know it's a meme at this point, but we have to be able to look at these. We have to be able to look at these numbers. it hasn't hit its floor yet. It hasn't. If you go back and watch my coverage in the wake of the server slam, none of the people defending the game after the server slam thought that this was what was going to happen. None of them. Nobody thought this was going to happen, boys. It's getting down into the 10,000s on Steam. This is a perpetual decline. Not only that, this right here is Cryo. Look at what happened right after Cryo. I feel like it's dropping more rapidly. If not, like, here to here is on its own pretty alarming. I mean, this slope will put your stomach in your throat like a roller coaster, like woof. And then right here after Cryo, another one, woof. I mean, just down. Like, you can keep the servers on, you can do seasonal updates. Is it really going to matter? Is it really going to matter if that's where things are headed? Like, how low can it go before people can't even really play in off-peak hours? It didn't even peak at 100K. I give it 6 months then. No way it makes it into next year. The numbers don't lie. GTA comes out the day before I get married, so I won't be getting it until I get back from my honeymoon. I literally thought you were about to say, so I won't be getting married. I was like, this man... GTA 6 comes out the day before I get married, so wedding's off, boys. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, you just sent invitations to the family, and you're like, we'll do it in 2 weeks. We'll do it 2 weeks later, and you just say, you get it, right? Hashtag GTA 6. And all your sweet little grandmother's like, did you see this, Ted? They're putting the wedding's getting moved back. GTA 6, yeah. You know I'm in there. Even Granny gets it. She's like, yeah, that's fine. You know I'm going to be in there with you. I'm going to be gaming. I'm going to be in there shooting it up. The people saying that the numbers don't matter must be Dallas Cowboy fans. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The score at the end of the game doesn't matter. What matters is I'm having fun. I'm having fun at the Cowboy games. Oh, man. Can you go down low? How low can you go? All the way to the floor? That's right. Even the bingo halls will be closed when GTA 6 comes out. It's true. It's true. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be in a nursing home, and you're like, where is everybody for bingo? And you're like, GTA 6, dummy. Oh, they're all in their rooms playing. That would be... I wonder if that could be like a really good, way to help in a nursing home. Just start putting video game consoles, in all the social spaces. Not in their rooms. You want them getting up and moving around. You want them coming out and being social, taking turns playing video games. How many more new extractions do you think will show at the new Xbox and PlayStation events or Summer Game Fest or TGS by the time that nobody won't care about Marathon and even Season 3? Yeah, I almost postponed my wedding because of a college football game. I mean, that's understandable, Talika. Some people get really into sports. I feel bad for people when a game they enjoy gets shut down. Well, and listen, I said that during the show, but I'm like, I am not cheering for this game's demise, and yet that's how I get talked to. The way people respond to my tweets and my comments, it's like, oh my gosh. You guys are so hateful and so angry, and it's like, You're actively making people want the game to fail. You're making enemies of the game every day. You know what I mean? I mean, here's an IGN article. The games industry makes billions every year, but is trapped in a cycle of live service games and studio shutdowns. Does anyone actually care, though? Or have we fallen out of love with the traditional video game? No, we haven't fallen out of love with the traditional video games. Why do you think Slay the Spire topped the charts? Why do you think Mugenics did so well? Why do you think Resident Evil 9 did so well? We've not fallen out of love with traditional games. They topped the dadgum charts. Ghosts of Yotei outsold Call of Duty in North America. I think we're doing pretty well. I think gamers' perspectives and preferences are in a good place. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the deal is. By the way, go see the Mario movie. The critics are drunk. It was amazing. I went yesterday with my wife and kids, and we all loved it. Somebody said that this was me pointing this out about the critics. They said it was ironic. I was like, no, it's actually not. The critics gave it a 43 and the audience gave it a 92. Meanwhile, if they're referring to Crimson Desert got a 78 from the critics, and it has an 82 or an 81 global on Steam. That's like 4 points of difference. That's pretty close. That's a pretty approximation of the score there. What are we doing here? Like, it's not ironic at all. The critics of Mario got it wrong. They are so wrong. It's such a fun movie. You know what I mean? The critics of Crimson Desert, 78. Global score on Steam, 81. Those are really close. It's not like the critics gave Crimson Desert a 44 and then it has an 81 on Steam. Jiminy Christmas. The chasm between the critics on both Mario movies is unbelievable. Raging says, how was Star Fox in the movie? He's awesome. It makes me want a new game so bad. I was like, he's just so freaking cool. I'm guessing there's an actual Marathon PvE news then. I think what Joe Ziegler said is PvE news. No, I do. He's literally talking about giving PvP players a merciful option. I think he's talking about a PvE option. Like, you're going to be able to use an item and res them and like they're on your team. I think there's going to be some level. They're already moving the game in that direction. They are. Like, what else would you do that's merciful? Like, let them keep their loot, I guess. Like, if you're softening the PvP and adding items for mercy, brother, PvE is on the horizon. I just feel like the writing's on the wall. This homie's talking about, this game's not for everybody. It's intense. It's crazy. Game's been out for a month. We're going to add an option for you to be merciful to other teams. Wait, what? What? I thought this game was hardcore and not for everybody. Now you're adding a merciful option? The other thing that's interesting, Castillo, is he says at the end of that tweet that their plans are evolving. That kind of language is not, oh, we're tweaking and we're buffing and nerfing. It means the plans for the game are actively changing. That's not saying this gun's too strong or this area of the map is imbalanced or something. The plans are evolving is what he said. So in the wake of saying, we're going to add an item in the game so you can be merciful to other teams. So can you flag to not do PvP? Can you res them and have them be on your team? Can you let them keep their loot? What are you going to be doing? Oh, and after he says that, he says their plans are evolving? It's like, yeah. I think PvE is on the way, boys. They're going to have to do something to get more people to come in and play. And I tied what he said to what he said previously, and I also tied it to Paul Tassi's reporting last year, where for 5 years, Bungie employees were telling the higher-ups, the game needs PvE. It needs PvE. Somebody in chat said they can't beat Frike and Returnal. Listen, I love that you guys keep coming to me, okay? You're coming to me like, Daddy Returnal, help me. How do I beat Frike? I'm telling you, I know when he's getting you. He's getting you on his dash. You're not timing the dodge. It's a fake out. Okay? It's a fake out. You got to stagger your dash or he's going to get you. Don't dash when he dashes. You got to dash after he gets there. He's going to dash and then he's going to swing. And when he dashes, you're getting freaked out. You're buying into false urgency, okay? I know when he's getting you. That's where he gets everybody. Circle fighting him is fine. Like, the average player, if you're getting to Frike, you're going to be able to circle fight him and dodge his projectiles. It's that frickin' dash that's getting you. And you're jumping. He's preparing you for the guys in Biome 2 that do the same thing. They're going to get close to you, and then they're going to swing. And that when they get close to you, it makes you panic. And you're going to dodge, and then they're going to get you with the swing anyway. His movement is literally preparation for Biome 2. A lot of people might not know that. I believe that's one of the reasons why people aren't playing Marathon as much. They don't see a future in it. They get what they had to get, and that's it. I dropped Returnal a while ago, and the game doesn't do a good job of easing you back in. I'll be starting from scratch to get my bearings. If you need any help or tips, Banana Joe, I have a stream on the channel. It's called Returnal Gameplay in 2025. The first 20 minutes has helped a ton of people beat Returnal because my insight and my tips, I don't know, it gives them grooves to get traction on. Go read the comments. Tons of people are like, I love this video. It got me back to Returnal and I beat it. Lono is the let me solo her of Returnal. Not quite. That would be fun to play co-op and carry people through the game. It's freaking hard co-op because you have to share all the items. Madam and I did it. Madam and I beat Returnal together. It was a very fun experience. I can't finish Biome 2. That's good advice from you for once. This is the only time I've ever given you good advice, TJ Boom Boom. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you have a badge that means you've been here for years, so I don't know. It seems like you make very strange decisions with your time. And you get to see Lono rage about the puddles of acid. That was so funny. Puddles of acid. Oh, when I did the challenge? Yeah. I did a challenge in Returnal. It's on the channel as well, where I had to pick up everything I came across. I didn't die. I made it all the way to like Biome 4, didn't I? Didn't I beat Biome 1, 2, and 3 with the challenge going? I was kind of impressed. I was a little impressed with myself. I will say that. I didn't think I was going to make it. It is freaking painful in Biome 1 going through there. I haven't been here mentally. I mean, TJ, we all know there's something wrong with you. I mean, I mean, it's evident. It's evident by your behavior in chat. I mean, you don't need to tell us. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jiminy Christmas. Andy Ackerman says, being here makes you mental. That's right. Eric One Up says, I like Marathon, but playing solos constantly feels like I'm missing out on parts of the game. Tarkov and Hunt Showdown never felt like this. Well, I mean, that's fair, but also they built a game, and this is, listen, you got to remember, way back when they first started talking about this game, isn't it amazing? This is so funny to me how every time I talk about this game, I remember one more thing that I was right about. It's like I have Alzheimer's for my own things that I said. I'm like, oh, I forgot I said this. Oh. It's like I'm suddenly surprised, like, I've got coffee this morning. It's so wonderful. I forgot it was here. There's one more thing that I just remembered. Do you remember when we heard that it was only a game for trios? Do you remember what so many of us, not just me, I'm not taking full credit for this, so many of us said this. We were like, that sounds stupid. Like, you're not going to let people play? Like, it's not designed for solo? It's not designed for duos? Do you remember what we said? We're like, that's incredibly stupid. And lo and behold, that piece of feedback is another piece of feedback that's been implemented into the game. Just add that to the list of things that I said way back that have been implemented into the game. That's just one more thing. It's like they've added a solo queue. They've now added, and they're testing a duo queue. It's like, yeah, that was just one more thing that so many of us said, man, this isn't going to work, dude. This sounds like an utter disaster. Did YouTube chat die? Are you guys having to refresh or something? Okay, there goes YouTube chat. Like, all of a sudden, I was like, man, the number looked weird, and then chat just stopped, like dead stopped. Lightly said, this game was conceived by the old guard, who made the Eververse an extensive part of the game. I don't even want to know what microtransaction hell they had planned for Marathon. I don't think the hardcore base they have now would enjoy it. It's almost like you were right all along, but hubris. I hate to say it, but some of the aspects of Chris Barrett's vision of the game might just come to fruition out of pure necessity. I don't think you're incorrect at all. We back. Mine keeps crashing. Yeah, I was like, man, the chat was just at a complete dead stop. I could tell by the numbers people were refreshing. I could tell. I was like, oh, wow, chat was just buzzing a second ago, and then all of a sudden it just came to a screeching halt. It was a blip. I mean, I don't see anything on my end on the bit rate or anything. Single dad here who just hit 20 hours in the game. I loved it at first, but it's way too hardcore now. Jonathan Snyder, are you talking about... I'm assuming you're talking about Marathon. It's working for me. Okay. Well, make sure you guys right now, everybody take a quick second and hit the like button. Try to get us to 300 likes and just try to say something in chat and see if it's working. Let's see if we can't like rub the paddles together here. And I really don't know what's happening. Chat is like seemingly not responding to what I'm saying. And we just a second ago, chat was absolutely buzzing. We're all in stunned silence. Yeah. No, you're allowed to lurk, but chat was like high activity, high back and forth, and it just came to a screeching halt. And I'm looking at the view count just plummet, and I'm like, is YouTube having some kind of a conniption right now? Ken Shiro says, those single-run contracts are the worst. TJ Boom says Nintendo sucks. I think a lot of people agree with you. Funny thing is, the hardcore swears... the hardcore sweats are going to pout and quit if PvE gets added. Something, I'm lurking. It's fine for me. I love Lono. And her wife, Lana. That's weird. I'm not her. Yeah, something's going on YouTube. We just lost like 70 people and the chat's just, again, not moving. I mean, it is now, but Siege Master with a 5-bomb. Thank you so much. Help us put this thing back on track, boys. Gift members, hit like and chat it up. See if we can't bounce this back. I don't know what's going on. It happened when you started talking about Returnal. No, I don't think so. Yeah, he's talking about Returnal again. Let's get out of here. And a 5-bomb comes in from Broken Earth on top of Siege Master and gets us to 250. 250. I thought we were already at 250. Did I time travel? Am I losing my mind? Didn't I say we're at 250? We're halfway there? Or did I do the math? When did I say that? I'm losing it. Okay, encoding is overloaded? Oh yeah, something just happened with the GPU. Yeah, we 100% just had a blip on both platforms. The GPU did something. It cycled or something. I don't know if it's doing like, did it update? You keep freezing? Yeah, that was lag. That was 100% a blip. Yeah, that was 100% a blip. You just froze for a second? Yeah. We 100% fully disconnected and reconnected. The encoder, the GPU did something. The GPU like reset. I don't know if there was a driver update or something or a refresh in the background. I have no idea what just happened. It's cool. You can just buy a new GPU. That's right. They're not very expensive right now. So, anyway, what were we talking about? Okay, there we go. I think everything's fine now. YouTube, I don't know what YouTube's doing. Anyway. Yeah, anytime you blip, the view count goes all over the place, Jay. So, yeah, we're back. Everything's fine. Let's keep the conversation going. We were talking about... Oh, yeah, we were talking about Marathon with PvE. Here's the risk with PvE and Marathon, okay? Here's the risk. If you add PvE, you may just spurn the shrinking player base. So your player base is already shrinking, right? And... then they might shrink some more because they're going to be mad. They're going to be mad. They're going to be like, hey, we don't want you to do that. And then that can be like a sign of frustration with people. And Kyle Wilkerson, thank you so much for renewing. Says, Sorrows for Game of the Year. Thank you for renewing your VIP and for doing 46 months. I greatly appreciate that. I'm watching on the YouTube mobile app and nothing is happening weird for me. Everything looks good. Okay, yeah, it seems like most everybody is having a perfectly fine time. There's still tons of people here. So do me a quick favor, guys, and hit that like button. That does support me. Try to get us to 300 likes. That will help this video kind of turn around. We just took a bit of a hit with that little thing that just happened. Play as Rook. Like, what do you guys think would happen if they added PvE? Like, I'm like, I don't know, man. I think they'll tick people off. Lono's like that one cool coworker that sits in the break room during lunch and talks about games. That's right. Big time killer with 14 months. Do you think Bungie would continue to use PvE mode drops in PvP? Let me add you to the total, 252. Thank you so much. I don't know, man. I really don't know. Like, at this point, would there even be a sizable amount of people that would come back for PvE? I just don't know. I think there are two groups of people that could respond positively. There are two groups of people that could respond positively to like PvE content, okay? There are the people that bought the game and have gotten frustrated and they've stopped. They might come back, okay? They might. Then there's the people that skipped the game entirely because they're like, I don't want to deal with PvP. The question is are those two groups of people large enough to make a difference? Because I do think you would lose some of the hardcore guys that would be annoyed or mad. Now, at some level, the hardcore guys, if they're actually hardcore guys, I feel like they're going to kind of keep playing. I don't feel like they're necessarily going to leave, personally. I don't know. I feel like they would stick it out. I feel like they would keep playing. I fear Destiny players will compare and prefer even Destiny 2. That's a risk. That's a fair piece of pushback, brethren, that like people might be like, I was hoping this would be more like Destiny, and it's not. Marathon isn't even in the top 100 on Steam. I'd cut my losses if I was Sony, says Devil Inside. I'd love to enjoy the Marathon universe if it were nothing but a sweat fest. Like an Oryx-sized map, stomping around the map. I don't know if you just put a big old Oryx on the map. But first you must teach them the boom boom. I played as Rook last night, and I had a good time. Shooting feels good, though, says Anthony Jones. You need to give people those hero moments that Destiny does so well in PvE. The problem is the entry level for those hero moments are too high because of the PvP element. I was listening to a debate that we were having about this after the server slam, and that was something that I kept kind of highlighting. I kept saying, you have what I feel like is an identity crisis or identity disorder, where you have this sort of amazing piece of content up there on the mountain that appeals to me. Like the Cryo Archive sounds so cool to me as a PvE guy, okay? And it's like it's up there, and it's like, and I'm never going to get to it because there's this, the road to get there is just insurmountable. Like I'm never going to put up with all the things to get there. And I said the interesting thing is people that are like sweaty and they like PvP, I don't know how motivated they're going to be either to ascend up there and grind that. Does that make sense? It's like a very, very particular type of player that is going to be like, I'm down. I'm totally down with the hardcore PvP and the sweat, but I'm also motivated by like complex PvE environments and, what the heck is this? This looks so good. Look at how Saros looks. Look at the scope and size. This is so, my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let me play this right now. Just inject it into my veins, boys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It looks so good. We sweat every day in my house. I was born in a sauna. I mean, we can smell you from here. We get it, dude. We get it. We understand. I need it now. Whew. It looks so good. He's walking that room like a boss. Oh my gosh. Saurus looks like kind of like Anthem. What did you say? Like Anthem? No response from them. No response. I can't get them to respond. It's impossible to network on Twitter now. It's impossible. Like you can't DM anybody because it just goes to their spam folder because everybody's, you know what I mean? everybody's getting hit by the bots, you know. Get him out of here. Senior Natada says I said it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he took too much this morning. You know what I'm saying? He's hitting the gummies a little hard. He's like, it looks like Anthem, bro. And I'm like, what? My favorite are the people responding to Saros, and they're like, this just looks like another, boring third-person shooter. And I'm like, what? Like, the people who try to force negativity about Saros, the things they say, it's like, it has to be rage bait. They have to be just doing some very, very cheap, low-skill rage bait. It has to. There's no way they mean it. Parsmart today. Okay. That'd be it. Why is that a bad thing? Anthem looked great. No one's saying it's a bad thing. We're confused because it doesn't look anything like Anthem. We're super close to 300 likes, guys. Smash that like count. Smash it. As you know, my previous Kirby comment is 100% serious. I'll give you credit. It almost looks half as good as Kirby Air Riders, which is a compliment because Kirby Air Riders is decades ahead. You have to play Returnal to understand. I guess. Not gonna lie, there isn't anything super appealing about Saros to me. Oh, that's not surprising. There are people that won't find it appealing. That doesn't bother me at all. It's like the low-level rage bait where people are like, this looks like a generic third-person shooter. And I'm like, your mom looks generic. Shut the frick up. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what do you mean it looks like a generic third-person shooter? I can't find a game that looks and moves like this. Like, what are you talking about? I prefer to Smash in general. Wink. It's not the kind of stream we're running here, okay? Returnal so good, it'll give you post-game depression. It kind of will. You know what I mean? Whoa, dude, leave people's moms out of this. They started it! Broken Earth! I couldn't get an Returnal, so is it weird that I'm wanting to get Saros? It depends. Saros is doing a thing that seemingly Marathon is unwilling to do. It's trying to listen to feedback about an on-ramp, about making a game approachable, but not getting rid of their identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, Housemarque literally listened and said, you know what? A lot of people said this about Returnal. Let's listen to that feedback, and let's make the game a little bit more approachable. They also are iterating on what you can find in a game like Hades, where you have a central hub with NPCs and advancing story and clear indications of your meta progression in the game. You know what I mean? Like, I agreed with Glad when he said something to the effect of how cool it would have been at the end of the final shape a new announcement appears, Destiny 3, such a hype and a love letter to the fans. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that obviously is, at this point, we're talking about something that'll never be. Like, I don't think Destiny 3 will never be, but you can't go back in time and like switch up what they did. I don't think you're going to see a change. Well, I'm sorry, you can't see a change then. Like going back and doing the woulda, coulda, shoulda thing. It's like, yeah, The teleports will be huge. Biome 3 wouldn't have been so hard if they had a teleport straight there. I am really curious about that, Rope. How's that going to work when you just skip biomes? Like, what's the power of the player going to be? I'm very curious how that plays out. And I'm also curious how that feels within the concept of being a rogue. Are you more of a rogue light or light guy? I tend to like the likes more. I can never remember the difference. I can never remember the difference. I need meta progression or my mind checks out. Like, as much as I love Brotato, it doesn't really have meta progression, so I can't play it for very long. And I'm loving Sworn with my wife because there's meta progression. Light? Okay. You get level upgrade when you enter the level regardless. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that yet, Rope. I'm going to have to play it and see. Meta is light. Yeah. Crystal Light. Do you guys remember Crystal Light? Remember those commercials? Crystal Light. Didn't they have like a song? Didn't they have like a super dramatic song for Crystal Light? Yeah. I like the light. I like the rogue light. I want to have some progression, you know. I remember somebody saying that in those early days when we were talking Marathon. Somebody's like, yeah, it's kind of like a rogue. And I'm like, yeah, except for rogues are fun. I'm just kidding. Like, I get what they were saying, though. I do get what they were saying. A new job posting has come up for Blizzard for a lead designer on an upcoming AAA open world shooter. The job role also requires experience with the Unreal Engine. Really? I still use Crystal Light QT pouches. Is Crystal Light still around? Just don't die? Guys. I've been thinking about putting out some guides and some videos and tutorials on Marathon in particular. And my first one is going to be titled Just Don't Die. I think it'll get 1 million views. That's all you have to do. I don't know why everybody's complaining about losing loot. All you have to do is go into the game and not die. It's a simple task. You know what I'm saying? It's a very, very simple task. Like, just go into the game. All right? Are you in the game? Yeah? You got your guns? Yes? Okay. The next thing you need to do now is just don't die. Please like, share, and subscribe. All right? Give me $1 million. Are you getting the deluxe edition with early access for Sorrows? What do you think I'm going to do, MG? What do you think? I appreciate the question, but I think you know the answer. Of course, I'm going to get it. Just get carried like Astacross every stream. Hey, there's no reason to be rude to that handsome man. All right, that handsome devil. There's no reason to be rude to Astacross. You know, I was carried in many a backpack in my day in various games, and it's real cozy and warm in those backpacks, whether it was Fortnite or PUBG. You know, it can be a lot of fun. You know, hey, I did my time. All right, I was helping people in King's Fall. You know, I did my time. Carried in a pocket. Yeah, okay, whatever, Alex. Gee willikers, I'd never thought to not die. Italian. Listen, Italian, there's other ways to admit skill issue, right? If you never thought about the strategy of just not dying in Marathon, I mean, some people are just not wired like me, you know? Not, you know? I'm gonna make a new song called Not Like Me, and, you know, we're just gonna... I'm just going to establish, you know, that you just, you know, some of y'all just aren't cut. You're just not cut out for this like I am, you know. You don't have what it takes. This is why Lona gets paid the big bucks. That's right. Is Sworn like Grind Survivors? No, not at all like Grind Survivors. It's a Hades clone. It's a top-down dungeon crawler rogue with similar art style and movement to Hades. It's very enjoyable. So, Lona, if you could pay $500 and get Sorrows today, would you? I don't know. 500's pretty steep to play the game 20 days early. I don't know, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know about all that. I would love to get review access. I really, really would. I don't typically try to get review access. Number one, I don't have time. I really, really don't. Like, if I would have gotten review access to something the size of Crimson Desert, there's no freaking way I would have been able to do a review of it. I don't have time. My schedule is super full. Once I'm done with you guys, I'm in the green room. Once I'm done with green room, I'm planning the next day's shows, writing and recording. I've got other endeavors and things I'm also working on outside of this. I've got my kids, I'm helping them write papers. You know, I got a wife, I got my church. Like, I'm just like, I don't have time to be like, all right, man, thanks for access to your game. I'm going to put 100 hours into it over the course of the next 2 weeks. Like, you know what I mean? I would like Sorrows. You know, the fact they didn't say no. I can't really give an answer. $500 to play a game like 20 days early? You know what I mean? Not Mustard, he's going to be yelling. Yeah. Not Mustard, no. Bungie instead. Somehow he's got to fit his wife into the mix. That's correct. I would still do it for early access, and we can't even do it as a work-related write-off. That is true. It would be a business expense. You know what I'm saying? It would be a business expense, but still, that just seems stupid to me. That doesn't seem like a good idea. You know, spend $500 to play the game 20 days early. If Returnal is Lono's sexy girlfriend Saros' wife material, I don't quite understand that. The fast travel system in Saros was revealed. Yeah, here we go. All right, so they just put this image out. They just put this image out. So Saros and Housemarque are doing a lot of marketing right now, and so apparently there's going to be a new method of fast travel in the game. So you will be able to go to the biomes. You know, after you unlock with them, you'll be able to go right there. But the fast travel system is I didn't expect to see this. This seems like I don't know. I feel like you should respect the lore of your game, you know? And that's so stupid. Skeptical Kid, Fake City, IRS happy, gaming happy. That's right. What if it came with a Dust Gathering statue, though? I have a lot of those. I got a Venom back there, you know? Of course it collects dust. This is that Kirby effect. I mean, we've seen other games copy, right? We've seen, you know, a lot of people were copying Fortnite. A lot of people were copying, you know, the various games out there. And it's not surprising to see Kirby Air Riders making a splash and getting a lot of folks, you know, to copy their work. Excuse me. Anyways, I wonder if you're going to need that to get to the strong. Yeah, you're going to need that to get to the various biomes. That is in fact correct. If you guys are just tuning in, if you're just tuning in, we've been discussing a lot of different things today. We've been discussing Marathon, the PlayStation 6 handheld. I know a lot of you are probably looking for information about the PlayStation 6. Let me check on the back end here and see what exactly folks are coming to the stream for. Let's go ahead and look here. We are getting some hits on PS6. So just so you guys know, I don't know if you guys saw that information about the PS6 handheld. It's basically going to be stronger than a Series S, which that's not bad for a handheld. Yeah, that's not bad for a handheld at all. And so I think they're aiming probably for a release next year. I continue to think that this year we're going to get a better version of the Portal. Next year we'll get a PlayStation handheld. And then the following year we'll get the PlayStation 6. That's what the low power mode is for on PlayStation. Is that stronger than a Portal? It'll be very much stronger than a Portal because the Portal's not strong at all. The Portal's just a remote play device. The Portal doesn't have really any strength to speak of. The Portal is basically a controller with a screen in it that can connect to Wi-Fi. Like, it doesn't have strength. It's running the game remotely on your PlayStation or on the cloud. Yeah, it's going to be stronger than a Switch 2, yes. It's going to have PSSR 3. So for those of you interested in PSSR and the PlayStation 6, PSSR 3 will be on the PS6 handheld. Now, I don't know why we're calling it a PS6 handheld. As far as I can tell, it's going to be a PS5 handheld. It's going to be playing PlayStation 5 games. So that's really good. I was into handheld gaming. I would get one with that type of power. Oh, if you were into handheld. Do we know what resolution they're targeting? We do not, Zubair. We do not. My estimation with PSSR 3 is they'll be targeting 1080. So if you can imagine going up from like 720 to 1080 with PSSR, the level of headroom they're going to have is just going to be ridiculous. Like, think about using PSSR to hit 1080. Like, like the games are going to be so lean. Like, if they're already running in the low power mode and then you use PSSR 3 to upscale to 1080, no, I don't think 1440. right? You don't need to upscale to 1080. Well, then what would be the purpose of PSSR 3 rope? What would be the point? I mean, I guess they could run them all internally 1080 and upscale to 1440, but why would you need PSSR 3 if there's no upscaling going on, if you're just going to be running everything native 1080? What's the difference between PlayStation Portal and plugging a backbone controller into my phone? I mean, I think the phrasing that Zubair used, that it's a thin client, I think that's probably helpful. When I play cloud on my Portal, that's all it's doing. It just uses the internet and it plays the game on the cloud. When you do something on your phone has an operating system. Your phone has other things going on potentially in the background. I mean, you can get a text message or a phone call. It's not that experience is necessarily bad. It's that for $200, I feel like I'm probably going to get a better experience than you. Also, there's something that you need to know. The PlayStation Portal consistently gets firmware updates to improve things like latency, reaction time, resolution. They just pushed out a max resolution update that makes the games look even better, especially on remote play if you're on the same network. So people who bought a PlayStation Portal, their usage per month went up because you can play, I'm upstairs playing in my bed, or you're playing in the living room because your kiddos have the TV, and if you're on the same Wi-Fi network, you're getting really, really good results. That's not something your phone is going to do. Your phone's not going to be doing updates and firmware updates to make sure that your gaming experience is improving over time. PlayStation has a vested interest in making the Portal better, which they have. I bought the Portal for $200, and a year later, it's a better and more versatile device, which is, hilarious given that people called it, stupid and dumb and DOA. So, I mean, it's kind of like the PS5 Pro, and, people called it an overpriced scam, and then it also, too, got better with time. So, more weapons, more form, more supernatural abilities, more fun. Control Resonant, we're pushing the Remedy experience further than ever before. Join the behind-the-scenes Control Resonant with creative director Mikhail as key members of the team. Second development. Second development diary episode for Control Resonant. I was like, I thought maybe they were announcing the release date. Yeah, the PS Portal is great in bed. Pause. Xbox building that cloud paying off finally. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Returnal looks great on the Portal now too. Unfortunately, Returnal is not a cloud streamable game, so you have to run it remotely on the PlayStation 5. I would like for them to add it to the cloud play, but for whatever reason it's not. It's possibly because of how the game runs. I don't know. I need frame gen on the Pro. 60's passable, but I don't love it. I understand. Snob. I bought a backbone for my last iPhone with a lightning jack and then broke my phone before I could even use it. And the new phones have a different connection now. That is a bummer. You could probably sell that backbone to somebody though, and then get another one and at least put a dent in the cost that you're gonna have to pay. Thank you guys for 300 likes, and thank you for 252 members on the week. The Wasp Hunter set's available now in Arc Raiders. I just got an email from them. So there you go. Portal was the best purchase I made since I got married. I could see that. I totally could see that being an element of how somebody might use it. You can kind of sit somewhere and game, and you're not turning on. You're not turning on the PlayStation. There's no beep that gets heard halfway across the house. That's always going to be an issue for those of us that want to turn on the PlayStation. I'm always working, so I have an excuse. I don't know about you. With Sony, you have to know they will put the hardware out and then improve it over time. Hardcore early adopters of Sony hardware usually know this, but the average consumers usually don't. Well, see, that's one of the benefits I think this time around, especially of early adopting. It's a very unique instance that this time around early adopters saved money. You know what I'm saying? We got more time with it, and we spent less. Like the people that did not, right? The people that did not early access or early adopt, they're left paying more money now. Yeah, you can turn the beep sound off. That's right. You can. I like how all the other married men are like, hey, y'all, a little life hack. You can turn that beep off, boys. We know. No fun allowed. That's correct. That's correct. Well, what you really need to do to level up in your life, man, is you marry somebody and then you game with them. So, like, last night, Madam was like, are you going to go downstairs and play? I was like, what do you mean? I'm going to play with you. We're gonna go freaking beat that boss in Sworn. And we did. And then we got all the way to King Arthur. It was really, really fun. It was a good time. This time around, Sony pretty much abandoned the PS Vita and the PSVR 2 now. I don't know if they've abandoned the PSVR 2. My issue with the PlayStation VR, with the PSVR 2, it's interesting that what's turned me off from using it anymore and caring about it was literally third-party VR games. They kept bringing over third-party VR games to the PlayStation 5, and then they weren't ready and they had problems. Like, they were really bad ports. And I was like, yeah, I'm freaking done with this, you know? All my wife will play is Lego games. Okay, so here's the strategy, cool Bama guy. I'm going to help all you guys out here who are married and your wife is kind of like not into gaming with you, okay? You need a catalyst game to get them there. So Lego games are a perfect example. Play through the Skywalker saga with her, or play the Batman game with her when it comes out. Or you could play the Skywalker saga now and say, hey, we can play this. I'm really looking forward to this Batman game coming out, you know, and then we can play that together. And then move on from there to something a little bit more complex, right? You gotta get them in. Like with my wife, it started with like Mario Kart, Mario games, fun little co-op games. And then it was Borderlands 1. And then from that point on, we've been gaming together, you know, for the last, I don't know, we've been married, what'll be 19 years this year. We've been playing games together for probably 16 to 17 of those years. So, not having support for PSVR 1 games is a massive L. I kind of agree with you. Split Fiction and It Takes Two are great married games. Yeah, you can work your way up to co-op games like It Takes Two. Split Fiction's a little bit more demanding of player skill. I think It Takes Two a little bit more approachable, but excellent games. So that's what you got to do. You got to use what you know they're gonna like. If they're having a good time, they're gonna want to keep playing. Like Madam kept wanting to play, you know, Borderlands. She kept wanting to play Palworld. Like I was picking games that I knew she would like, and then if they're asking to play the game, then you've won, right? And you're not like manipulating them. You're just finding a way of, you know, to enjoy something together. So don't pick like, let's play Elden Ring together. You know what I mean? They're not gonna want to play that every night. They're gonna get annoyed the first night. Have you seen the new Control dev blog? Very interesting. It looks very good. I saw clips. It looks like there's going to be a lot of weaponry. I just confirmed that Crimson Desert has sold over 10 million copies. Who confirmed that? I thought I was seeing like 5 to 6 or something. Or maybe it was 7 or 8. I don't know where it is now. Are you ready to admit that it's the greatest game ever and pay me $200 for being wrong? Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't know if it's at 10 million yet. Yeah, it's doing very well commercially. Yeah, it's settled. It was at 4 yesterday. I thought it was like 5 or higher. I thought it was pretty high now. In any case, its global score on Steam is an 82%. So it's not far from that 78 that the critics gave it. I don't think the critics were that off the mark. People did not understand my short that I put out about Crimson Desert. It's like everybody said the critics were wrong. But the user base is scoring the game almost identical to the critics. Like, you just saw 78, got butthurt, and wanted to have an excuse, you know, as to why the game didn't have like some Game of the Year top charting score. It has an 82 globally on Steam. That's fine. That's good. That's not that far above the 78. That's a 4-point differential. I don't know what to tell y'all. That is, that, you know, nobody's proven anything with that. It's fine. They improved it and people are liking it. It's 4 points higher than the critics gave it. Okay, like, you guys still thinking that the critics were wrong? It's been all this time. People have put all these hours in. They've made all these fixes and all these improvements, and it still only has an 82 globally. I mean, that's not a bad score, but again, that's barely above what the critics gave it. Like, I don't get why people are treating that game the way they treat it. People treat Crimson Desert. It's very bizarre the way people talk about that game. It is very bizarre. Some of you guys are basically dating that game. It's weird. Zubair says that's absolutely part of it, but even an OLED 120 looks sharper to me than 60. It might be how my brain's interpreting smoother. Do you think Starfield will do well on PlayStation? I think Starfield will sell very well on PlayStation. Yes. Yeah, I think it's already selling well. Yep. Yeah. It's not surprising at all. If historically speaking, if you look at how Bethesda games do with the PlayStation audience, like Fallout 4, it's like day one sold like a ridiculous amount day one physical on PlayStation. So there's a huge Bethesda audience on PlayStation. I think that's why Pete Hines was so annoyed that they had made Starfield exclusive. It was like, what are we doing? We have a huge audience on PlayStation. See, I think it'll sell very, very, very well. I don't think the score is going to be all that amazing. You know? I don't think the score is going to be all that amazing. Larian CEO said it's an amalgamation of stolen ideas or something like that, and people are losing their minds. It wasn't the CEO, it was Cromwell. But yeah, and here's the thing about the guy from Larian Studios saying it's an amalgamation of other people's ideas. He's right. Everything you can do in that game is just something from some other game. It's just a pile of derivative ideas. But the reason people are liking it is because it's a single-player MMO, and they're playing it like a single-player MMO. That's why they love it. They get to live in the world. That's great. That's awesome. That doesn't take away from any of the criticism. You know what I mean? I can live in a certain game and love it to death. I mean, I lived in Destiny 2. Just because I played it a lot, and Destiny 2 had lots of good years with good numbers and lots of sales, none of that is a refutation of criticism. Like, there were plenty of times in Destiny 2's life that there was a lot of heavy and valid criticism for the game. So just because a game has lots of people playing it, and just because a game has sold lots of copies, that's not a refutation of criticism. I think people look at this in a very strange way. It would be like saying that your team isn't losing and performing poorly just because lots of people are buying tickets to the games. It's like, well, the stadium's full and the tickets are selling out. Yeah, so what? There's still criticism of like how the team is performing if they're losing or performing poorly or something. Like, I don't. It's weird that in 2026 especially, we just entered this time. It happened with Highguard, Marathon, and Crimson Desert where criticism is called hate. I have so many people that just immediately jump into my comments or my tweets and they're like, yeah, you're just hating on the game. You're just a hater. And it's like, what? What are you talking about? Like, you are not allowed to have nuanced discussion. Now, it doesn't help. It doesn't help that people will take your content and misrepresent it. Like, that adds to it. Like, a lot of the people that come to my comments and say things, I'm like, I can tell by their phrasing that they've been given talking points by some other creator. Like, I had like 6 people in a day come to one of my streams, and they all use like the exact same phrase. And I was like, yeah, you probably watch someone's content about what I'm saying, you know, and that doesn't help. That you have like liars in the mix that will like misrepresent what you say and be like, he's just hating and crashing out. And it's like, no, I took up for the consumers and warned consumers about misleading marketing and that the game wasn't going to look and run well on console. And I was correct in that assessment. But people come in behind and they cherry pick your content and they find a rant and they're like, yeah, this guy's just crashing out and he hates this game. And it's like, no, I don't. You're straight up lying. Like, that's not, I've never once hated on the game or wished that it would do poorly. I never once said that it would flop. Hendrix, thank you for 38 months. So like, I think a lot of the times that's part of the problem is like everything you say gets hijacked because like there's just so many people that are bad faith. So like everybody wants to put you in a box. And it's like, so if you're critical of Marathon, you get put into a box. Same with Crimson Desert. What's interesting is I literally built a career out of being critical of a game that I was actively playing. And people back then had like the good sense, the maturity, and like I don't know, the strong enough mental health to hear somebody criticize something that they liked. And now everybody's just so dadgum fragile. It's like everybody gets so Jimmy's rustled over everything that you say. Cromwell said, Crimson Desert is fun to play, but it's such a cynical amalgamation of borrowed mechanics. It's now what I call gaming plucked off the gas station shelf, for better or worse. Expect a lot more of this in premium and free to play. There's less risk in it. Yeah, I don't think he's wrong. I don't think he's wrong at all. The game is drenched in ideas and experiences and mechanics that are in every other game. You know, so many other games that are out there. That's fine if to say that's not hate. Like, I think people would hate would be, this game sucks, this game's bad, the devs are stupid. Like, that's hate. Hate is not, oh, this is rough, this isn't performing well, this looks bad, image quality looks muddy, performance is bad. Like, that's not hate. Crimson on TikTok clips looks interesting. Guys showing insane helmets and Iron Man stuff. Oh yeah, there's really cool looking stuff in the game. I've seen some armor sets where I'm like, yo, what game is that? We're supposed to criticize the things that we love. We want them to improve. People have this mental block against it. Siskel and Ebert and all the old school film critics would have made people's heads explode. Don't you think there's hostility towards games from South Korea and China? No, I don't think there's hostility at all. Where do you find evidence of hostility towards South Korea and China? Where? Like, what's your evidence for that? Let's see here. Like, Where Winds Meet is developed by Everstone Studio. That's a Chinese dev team. Have you seen any like hostility towards Where Winds Meet as it climbed Steam charts and was insanely successful and everybody was talking about it and playing it? Was there any evidence of hate, of like hostility towards that game? I don't think I saw any hate. I don't think I saw anybody acting like that they had a problem with it because the developers were Chinese. Like, what about Stellar Blade? There was no hostility towards Stellar Blade. There was one IGN France article where they said something stupid that they later apologized for, because the general public and the review press they liked Stellar Blade. Like, do you honestly think people are hostile towards Korean developers and Stellar Blade got an 81? Like, there's no hostility here. What are you talking about? I don't get where people are coming from. Now, people might be critical of, like, I don't know, the gacha games and stuff, but that's more of a criticism of, like, the business structure and the monetization, not the devs. Wukong, they tried slandering the devs. It was one piece, one poorly written, poorly researched piece at IGN. Rebecca Valentine is known for this. Her reporting is abysmal. She's bad. I wouldn't read anything she writes. She did the same thing for Bungie when she did their puff piece because they had misconduct at the company. She was actively running defense force for Bungie with their misconduct situation. Do you remember when she did that? Christopher Barrett was at the company when she ran defense force for Bungie. She's the one that wrote the piece about Black Myth Wukong's developers. Nobody else was out there trying to have a go at the developers. That was her. It was horrible. It was so poorly researched. I went and read it. I was like, this is garbage reporting. It was garbage. She did the exact same thing with Bungie. She wrote some garbage puff piece, tried to make Bungie look like the heroes when they had a bunch of misconduct at the company. She literally reported at the time that there were people at Bungie scared to share their stories because of retaliation. You ever think that some of those people didn't want to share their stories because of retaliation because they were working underneath Christopher Barrett and she's out here running defense force for Bungie trying to make them seem like heroes? And look what happened. Look what happened. years later, Chris Barrett gets walked. It completely jettisons and detonates the trajectory for Marathon, and that game's living in the shadow of that man's misconduct right now. And she's the one that ran Defense Force for them. So you have one person who writes some stupid article about Black Myth, one dumb Frenchman from IGN saying ignorant crap about Stellar Blade, and there's hostility towards South Korean devs and Chinese devs? Like, where? Arc Raiders is owned by Nexon, quoting IGN in gaming as a joke. They're the TMZ of gaming news. Arc Raiders is not owned by Nexon, right? I think you would say Embark Studios, right? I get what you're saying. Embark Studios owner. Yeah, South Korean video game publisher Nexon owns Embark Studios. Where's the hostility there for Arc Raiders? Where? What? You see what I'm saying? It's like, I do not see evidence for this. This is what I think happens. And the grand irony is the people that do this, you know what you have in common? You're just like the people who will cast Snape as a black man, and then when people are critical of the decision, everybody critical of that gets called a racist. You're doing the same thing. You're just on the other side of the coin. It's very interesting because it's coming from a lot of the anti-woke warriors. If anybody's critical of a game out of China or South Korea, it's because we have something against China or South Korea. Yeah, you sound just like the people who would cast a black man to play Snape. You sound similar. It's like there's got to be some other reason why you're being critical, so we're just going to run to the easiest one. Oh, you don't like that country. What? Like, that doesn't make an ounce of sense. Somebody said that to me recently. I was like, my favorite game the year it came out was Stellar Blade. What are you talking about? I played the crap out of Arc Raiders and had a blast and told everybody how fun it was. I don't do purity testing to see who the developer or the publisher is to determine my criticism. I don't. Genshin is a Chinese, and it's one of the biggest games in the world. Wuthering Waves is Korean, I think. Where Winds Meet, First Ascendant, and on and on. Yeah, plenty of these games are super popular, and no one's ever critical of them because of their owner or because of their publisher. They're critical, a lot of the times, gacha games and games like that, people are critical of the monetization structure. The First Ascendant was also slandered by some journos at release. What are you What are you talking about? I don't remember that at all. Snape being cast as a black guy is bad. I never read the books. It's one of the worst decisions I think I've ever seen with respect to race swapping in stories. It might be the absolute height of stupidity with respect to, well, we're just going to change this person's race. It's hard to pick another instance where it's more dumb than with Snape. I can't think of a dumber instance of it because it's dumb. Like 10 levels of dumb. Like, I literally tried to think of one the other day. I was like, is there a dumber instance of race swapping? Nope, I think this one takes the cake. The pale man with sallow skin and greasy hair and a hooked nose who children are scared of him because of what he looks like. Let's make him black. Brilliant. That's a brilliant decision there, boys. The main protagonist's dad picks on him when he's a child and hangs him from a tree. Let's make him black. That'll be great. It won't fundamentally change the entire aspect of the stories at all. Like, that's my point though. This is the exact same. Anybody that's critical of that decision with Snape, you're just going to get called a racist. It's like built-in defense. It's like built-in plot armor. You can't be critical of this decision because we'll call you a racist. It's the same thing. It's just in another avenue. It's like if you're critical of any of the games that come out of China or Korea, there's always these guys that immediately want to jump to that. Yeah, well, the West just has a problem with Eastern games. What the frick are you talking about? Where is there evidence that the West has a problem with Eastern games? As Capcom games continue to climb the charts, FromSoft games climb the charts, Like, Korean live service games climb the charts, whether it's Where Winds Meet or, again, Arc Raiders is published and owned by a Korean company. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like you're just gonna run to that? Like, come on. That is not why anybody is being critical of these games or these decisions. It's all fantasy anyway. What does it really matter? If you're talking about the Harry Potter decision, I mean, that I'm not going to debate that all day with people today. It's demonstrably stupid. It's a decision that has hijacked the entire marketing campaign of the show, and it's all anybody's talking about. They have made one of the dumbest decisions you could possibly make. It's the height of stupidity. It's absolutely idiotic. Now listen here. Black Wesker was the only good thing in the RE television show, and I will have no crap about this. Lance Riddick. Listen, you could cast Lance Riddick as anybody. He was fantastic. You know what I'm saying? Lance was amazing. There are journos saying Marathon's better than Arc Raiders. So? Yeah, you can't cast him anymore. Rest in peace. But who cares if somebody is saying that Marathon's better than Arc Raiders? Who cares? Like, if that's their opinion. Listen, if somebody's having more fun in Marathon than Arc Raiders, okay, great. Have a ball. I don't care. What do I care? That doesn't bother me. Listen, there are people right now that have poured hundreds of hours into Marathon already, or maybe not hundreds, but they're over 100 hours by now, and they're having a great time, and they probably would say, oh, I like this more than Marathon. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't bother me. That's their opinion. I've never once been bothered by people liking a game that either I'm critical of or that I don't like. That's not upsetting for me. To me, I think that's what people expect. They literally come to my comments and they're like, yeah, you have to cope with the fact that Crimson Desert is selling a lot of copies. And I'm like, I don't have to cope with that at all. That doesn't bother me in the least. I was just encouraging people to not pre-order it. You got to cope with the fact that Marathon's doing just fine. I mean, that's debatable, severely debatable. And let's say it was doing fine. It wouldn't bother me at all. I'd be able to make content about it. I'd be able to have my community playing it and having a good time. I'd have people that would be able to come here and hang out instead of turn, tuck, tail, and run and hide in the Discord because they don't want to be here when Marathon's talked about. I'm not glad that Marathon's doing poorly. Lono, stop hating on people who call you a hater. Savage Sharkbite with 55 months. Thank you so much, Savage Sharkbite. There's a huge difference in better and more fun. More fun sells more copies and keeps people playing. I bet Marathon would rather be more fun than better. Why do people these days have to find a hill to die on when it comes to game? Well, I think with a game like Marathon, you want to know what I think happened? I think people saw Concord and Highguard and all these games fail, and there were two responses, okay? There were people that were like, this is another Concord, which is, I think, a little bit ridiculous. But there were also people that were like, this is going to be the one that proves everybody wrong. So you have people, you're starting to maybe see why there's like factions. Yo, Jay bumps the line by 1 to 255. He's trying to bait a 20 bomb to 275. YouTube, I'll owe you 5. And Twitch, I'll owe you 5. Whoever wants to steal this, you're both basically tied for owed members right now. So I think that's where you're seeing like why there's these two like rival factions. There are people that are like almost cheering for Marathon to die, and there's other people that just can't admit that it didn't do a very good job. It's not in a great place, right? So it's like, it's because in the lead up, you had people that were like, oh, this is another Concord, and then the people that are like on Bungie's side are like, oh yeah, right, this is going to prove you wrong. This is going to be so much more successful. It's not the next Concord. I said this very, very many times. If you're headed to the same destination, it doesn't matter how fast you get there. Concord got there in record speed. Highguard's in second place. Marathon's quickly behind them at this current trajectory. You're headed for the same destination. You're not going to have enough people playing. So it's like, but that's why you have people that are posting screenshots of the Steam charts every day, almost celebrating the game not doing well. They're happy about it. And then I get lumped in with them because I'm like, I'm pointing these things out, and they're assuming I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Yo, Rissick with a gifted just decides to disrupt it. He's like, no 20 bomb setup for you. Thank you, Rissick. It's an interesting question, right? Funny is likable, smart is competent. What was your thought experiment, Zubair? Would you rather always be the funniest person in the room or always be the smartest? Funniest. Every time. Funniest. I swear to frick, sometimes I wish I was dumb. I wish I was dumb. I swear. I mean it. Listen, it's way more fun to be funny because then people just like you. But if you're educated in a subject and people start spouting off nonsense and you feel this internal turmoil about, like, do I correct them? I'm going to kill the vibe. But then you're also kind of like, I need to correct them. What they're saying is stupid. It's ignorant. It's a whole lot easier to just be dumb and likable. Listen, all you likable dum-dums of the world, we need you. You make the party more fun. I am not that. I'm a conflicted person. Like, I have a good time. People like to invite me. My wife always tells me, she's like, you can get us invited anywhere. She's like, you have this strange knack of, like, people want to be around you, and you can almost self-invite yourself to a party, and then nobody detects that you did it. So she's like, I want to go to this thing, so get us invited. She'll literally tell me, she's like, I can't do it. She's like, I'm not likable. She's like, you got to do it. But then I'm also at events and hanging out with people, and I'm like, oh, I got to walk away. This person's talking stupid. A $2 super chat from Broken Earth. Life would be much simpler if I were stupid. Being the smartest person in the room gets really frustrating really fast. Yeah. Like, I'll give you an example. Have you ever been around a group of teenagers, and they're talking as if they know about a bunch of things, and they don't, right? It's irritating, isn't it? You're like, listen, these stupid freaking kids, teenagers especially, right? Teenage boys are the worst. Teenage girls are like a group of squirrels. There's just this chittering, squealing, energy, and they're just more of a loud nuisance. Boys are like, they think they know, right? And they're all trying to one up each other, and and their hygiene's not great yet. And you're like, oh my gosh, shut up. You're just like, just shut up. You know nothing. You're 15. Just stop it. Well, sometimes you can get around adults that are basically like a bunch of teenagers, and you're like, you don't know what the frick you're talking about. And it's really annoying to be around. That's what it's like if you feel like you're the smartest person in the room, right? I would much rather always be the funniest person in the room. I would take that every time. It's fun to be the life of the party and to have all the funny stories and to have a group of people captivated by whatever you're talking about and whatever you're sharing. That's way more enjoyable than being smarter than people. The only reason why I kind of cheer for it to die, says Reverted Cloud, is because it's not a type of game that is for the casual player. After a few years of D2 content being for the top 1%, well, here's the thing. Trill says, oh, y'all retarded for real. Stop it, Trill. Like, $2 super chat says, not only is he smart, but so humble. Thank you for the $2 super chat. The issue with appealing to the top 1% revertive, I could totally understand people coming from Destiny and being like annoyed that they're kind of annoyed that, like, you're once again not making content for me, right? I totally get that. It can be frustrating. Like, I've talked about this with Horizon Hunters Gathering, okay? I do not want Guerrilla to fail, lose money, or lay people off, but I want Horizon Hunters Gathering to fail. I want it to fail. I don't want them spending resources and time on it. I think it's stupid. I think it's a lame duck. I think it's a waste of their talent and resources. It is. If it has a 6-month shelf life, I'll be surprised. It looks dead on arrival. It just looks dumb, hollow, soulless, and uninspired. Destroyer, thank you for 4 months. These are the guys that brought us Horizon Zero Dawn, one of the most recognizable, iconic, and successful franchises to come out of PlayStation Studios, and they made a freaking Fortnite mode with their robots. It looks stupid. I'm like, I want that to fail. That's a waste of time. What are you doing? What are you doing? It was like watching Joaquin Phoenix try to launch a rap career, and it ended up being fake. It was a mockumentary. But that's what it feels like. It's like, you're Joaquin Phoenix. You were the Man in Black. You were the guy from Gladiator. Like, you've done such amazing work. You're going to launch a rap career? What? It's like we're watching Guerrilla, the guys that did Killzone, and then just completely jettisoned from Killzone and launched Horizon. And they're like, yeah, we're going to do Horizon Hunters Gathering. It's like a Fortnite Manhunt mode. Like, why? Talika says, teenage boys are dumb enough to try to take on their father and wake up in the hospital with an EKG machine beeping. They are that dumb. A $5 super chat from Broken Earth. Once again, not making content for us and ignoring us until June with no information at all available until then. We are so done with Bungie. Okay, I'll start. No Lono, Horizon Games as a Service game will be a huge success. Just you wait. Who the F is Joaquin Phoenix? Did I say his name wrong? Did I not say Joaquin Phoenix? Did I say his name wrong? Joaquin Phoenix. Is that a joke? Or did I misspeak? Why do I feel like Talika has stories to tell? I don't know. I don't know. Something going on there. She's seen some things, apparently. Say psych right now. You said Felix? I did? Oh, I misspoke. Joaquin Phoenix. Sorry. I had PewDiePie on the mind. I said Felix? Joaquin Phoenix. Anyway. Sony needs to give up on live service. It has not worked out for them. It hasn't worked out for them? Huh? You think live service hasn't worked out for them, so all the money that they continue to perpetually make with GT7, Gran Turismo 7, MLB The Show, Helldivers 2, and Marvel Tokyo Fighting Souls is around the corner. You don't think it's worked for them? Like, yeah, Concord flopped and failed, and they've canceled other live service efforts, and Marathon's not looking too good, but, like, they've made an awful lot of money from live service. They're not going to stop. I think they're going to lower. I think their next earnings call, I think they're going to lower their live service spending, but they're not going to stop. They're not. They're making a stupid amount of money. I think we also have to remember contextually, Marathon was not their initiative. Marathon was a Bungie initiative. I mean, I get that it's under PlayStation's banner and PlayStation didn't kill it, but PlayStation didn't really have a choice. You know what happened? Concord happened. Concord put them in an impossible scenario. They basically had to let Marathon come out, because if not, it would have been like, you guys are just keep killing live service games. You just keep killing live service games. So, like, Concord kind of forced their hand. Like, they had to let the Marathon experiment play out. They had to. But acting like live service has been a total failure for them, homie, they are internally very pleased with their live service dollars. I have it on very good authority that internally they were like celebrating, hey, we're making really good money from live service. MLB The Show, Gran Turismo 7, Helldivers 2, projections for Tokyo Fighting Souls looks really good. People seem to think that canceling projects means they failed. They just weren't released. Raven Software co-founder Brian Raffel announces retirement. Raven's underneath Microsoft, aren't they? I think that was something that Jim Ryan warned about, that there would be like leadership and talent exodus after the acquisition. That guy's been there for 36 years, though. It might not be related at all. I mean, he may just be genuinely retiring. Sony should leave BR and extractions and do team deathmatch games. Maybe hero shooters, even if I'm not a fan of them. Wait, did you say that? Are you trying to be ironic? I'm not saying they should do battle royale or extractions, but do you honestly think the suggestion is to do team deathmatch or hero shooters? Like, are you taking the piss right now? You can't be serious. Come on. You have to be kidding. That you are 100% joking. Yeah, they should stop this extraction BR thing's not working. I tell you what they should do, though. I tell you, have they ever considered hero shooters? Homie. That's like saying, hey, now listen. I know those curved TVs haven't done that well, but have you considered a 3D television? I think you should jump from this failed effort to another failed effort. That's the real ticket. Like, huh? Oh my gosh. That was. I hope that was meant to be a joke. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm laughing because that's funny to me. PS5 Pro is still $750 on the PlayStation Store. What? Have they not updated it? I was seeing it updated. I was seeing it updated everywhere. Huh? I mean, the PS5 is $600. I'm seeing that. Yeah, boys, if you still haven't snagged one, I'd be putting that sucker in the cart right now. Right now. That one, for some reason, hasn't gone up. Wait, I don't understand. What's going on? Why haven't these gone up yet? This one's $550. This is the disk drive one. Why haven't they updated their prices yet? The retailers have. I saw retailer screenshots this morning. Yeah, I saw the retailer shots. That's weird. And Mr. Pat Puck with the 5 bomb over there on YouTube gets us to 262. Thank you for the gifted members. Boys, we are not on pace for the Madam stream. Make sure you're checking your renewals and your primes. If we get to 500, Madam and I stream on Saturday night. I don't mind having 2 nights off in a row, but missed 2 weeks in a row. That's bad. Who cares? Everybody grab one. Think about it, Lono. If we didn't hear about the 12 live service projects, no one will be saying that. Do you agree? No one will be criticizing them. There's truth to what you're saying, True SSJ. I do think that if you could rewind the clock and we had no idea that all these games had been canceled, people would be less foreboding about like PlayStation and live service. However, I would say that the fact that Concord came out and bombed as badly as it did, I still think people would say, what's PlayStation doing over there? Right? I don't know. It's like you would see Concord come out and fail. You would see Blue Point shut down. These are things that we would see happen in the public. That's not privy special knowledge. That's just stuff that we would know. People are like, what is going on? So I think there's truth to what you're saying. I do think we know way more than we've ever known. Like, we have such a mountain of insight now into what's going on that we typically did not know in the past. And it makes people think that things are really bad. And Shuhei Yoshida said in an interview, we cancel games all the time. It's a regular occurrence. We never knew about it. So, yeah. PlayStation has acquired another studio, Cinemmersive Labs. It's a specialized team with deep experience in computer vision and machine learning. They will join SIE's visual computing group and will contribute to our broader efforts in advancing state-of-the-art visual computing within games. This includes applying machine learning to enhance gameplay visuals, improve rendering techniques, and unlock new levels of visual fidelity. Yeah, that sounds like they're just going to continue to iterate on, the stuff that they're working on with Project Amethyst, maybe even the remote play stuff and the cloud play stuff. They got somebody a year or two ago that I think was directly related to remote play and cloud gaming. Yes. Rackcoin is superb. Listen to WoW and check out this game. Yes, Rackcoin is magnificent. I'm not addicted to Rackcoin. You are. Let's see if we can get a good picture of it. If you guys didn't see me play Rackcoin yesterday, you should definitely check it out. It's available on Steam. It's a rogue coin pusher, and it is just a stupid amount of fun. It honestly is. It's a stupid amount of fun. It really, really is. You definitely should check it out. I couldn't stop playing. Dutch Belgian folks, quick, don't crash the PlayStation Direct. Yeah, I would 100% be snagging that game. Snagging a system if PlayStation hasn't updated their prices yet. If they come out and say it was an April Fool's joke, I will seek legal action if it's possible. I would imagine their shareholders would be pretty upset at disrupting the market to that degree, affecting demand, affecting consumer confidence, the PR hit that they would take. Yeah. The PR hit that they would take, I don't think that they would do that. That's not something that you would do to your company. Oh, haha, isn't that funny? We just scared you all into buying PlayStation consoles and trading in PlayStation consoles. Like, ha ha ha, isn't that funny? No, people would be very upset. I don't think that they would ever do that. That would be... There's a level of absurdity to that I cannot imagine them willingly doing. That would be nuts. Sony's most awkward April Fool's joke. Yeah, you don't joke about the prices of your item. Like, that's not something that you joke about, generally speaking. That's a very, very quick way for people to feel like, I don't know. It's a recommended retail price. You don't have to change it right away. Huh. I don't think Sony's in the business of playing jokes with billions at stake. Yeah, I don't think so either. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't hit that like button yet, do me a favor and hit that like button. Try and get us to 400 likes. I greatly appreciate such a strong turnout today. I greatly appreciate it, and the likes do help us. We've covered a variety of topics today. We've covered the PS6 handheld leak, if you've got questions about that. I believe that Marathon is hinting towards, I think they're going to be moving towards PvE, given Joe Ziegler's recent remarks, and Nintendo has lost their patent in a second battle. They already lost it in Japan. So they have now lost the patent in the U.S. Now, it's non-final, and the reason it's non-final is they can appeal. They can appeal. My order got canceled after getting a confirmation. It says there's one left in another area, but I don't know if I should take that as a sign. Where'd you order that it got canceled, Trill? I think they're trying to catch the stragglers, trying to get the system before the price goes up. That's why I'm wondering why the prices haven't updated in the store. I don't know. It could be a server side problem or something that, like, I don't know, that there's some kind of a caching issue, like it won't update. So you got a 404. Oh, a Staples near your job canceled your order. Amazon price, same price. Still shops here at the older price. It'll probably take till the end of the day. Yeah, you can get the PlayStation 5 on Amazon right now for $490. So, a Chronic Spin Dash. Thank you so much for renewing your membership over here on YouTube. And then a $5 super chat from my man Broken Earth says, I bought a PS5 Pro when I went to Web Spy's website to buy the Portal. I don't know how this happened. It's all such a blur. You know, I know that happens. It happens, man. Sometimes when I go to order something, I just end up with extras afterwards. It's really, really weird, you know. This guy says they've even replaced Slytherin with Indians. There are Indians in the book. I mean, I don't know what that's. There's an eclectic amount of races at the school. That's not an issue at all in Hogwarts. Like, there are recurring main characters that are clearly Indian. Like, I don't know why you'd have an issue with that. That's not somebody just injecting diversity. It's clear that was in the books. It may actually turn out that Marathon is a pretty good game. Maybe it's for those who like to crank their shit to little big old pixels because their wives are too busy with their boyfriends that don't like it. They keep talking about the Steam numbers like it's Bitcoin. Yeah, here's what I think is interesting. Here's what I think is interesting about the Marathon discussion is the self-reporting of people that get really upset when you talk about Steam charts. You're maidenless, you're unemployed, your wife has a girlfriend. I mean, there's just other ways to say that you're like a degenerate pervert. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could just tell people that that's the way you view the world. Well, if somebody disagrees with me or somebody's critical about something, I'm going to invoke commentary about their ability to have sex. Like, you can just tell everybody that you're a degenerate pervert and that's the way you view the world. Like, success and social standing and being a man or something is you have to be having sex with a woman. Like, okay, can we see your internet history? Like, what made your brain work this way? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's the default they jump to. It's like, you're looking at Steam charts and you're being critical of a game that I like. Well, you must never have sex with women. Like, okay. I mean, what are you going to do next? Make a joke about penis size? Like, is that... I just think it's just weird. Like, that's the default response. It's like, instead of just being like, you know, it's not just, oh, you're a hater. It's not, oh, you're a hater, or, oh, you're being a grifter. It's like, make some kind of joke about the person's ability to be with a woman or something. It's just weird. They're telling on themselves. Yeah, it's like a super self-report. It's like, I guess that's how you view the world. You know what I mean? Like, I'm 44, married, 2 kids. I have what I would say is pretty happy life. And I think commentating on the player numbers in the Steam charts is totally reasonable because, you know, it's what we do. We commentate on the success of live service games and we look at their player numbers. We did this with Helldivers. right? We did it with Helldivers. We did it with Destiny throughout the years. We've done it with. I mean, this is what's interesting too, is when a game turns around, we do that too. You know, like when Division turned it around, we're like, yo, look at the player numbers. You know, when Call of Duty numbers fall, we're like, oh my gosh, look at the player numbers. Like, this is just normal. This is just normal commentary on live service games. You know what I mean? Lono can't let it go. There's nothing to not let go of. I'm going to be firm. I'm going to be firm on this. The weird aggression and degenerate response to people just talking about the player numbers in Marathon, yeah, I'm going to continue gut check that. Be like, get the frick out of the conversation then. You're telling us, not you, but the people in this is like, you're telling us, oh, the game's not for you, skill issue, go play something else. My response is, why don't you shut the frick up and go somewhere else? Go play the game if it's so dadgum good. The rest of us are having a conversation about a live service game and how well it's doing. Right? Like, the people that should be quiet and go away are the people that just try to shut down the conversation and insult anybody talking about the player numbers. They're the ones that need to go away. It's like, what are you doing? Like, nobody's allowed to talk about your dadgum game. It's so special and amazing that you spend every waking moment on Twitter jumping on every thread about it and insulting the people talking about it. If it's so amazing, why are you not locked in the servers right now playing every minute of the day? Like, you're busy running Defense Force on Reddit, Twitter, and YouTube. How do you have time to even extract? It's very odd defensive over the numbers. They're big mad. You know, it'd be funny. It'd be funny if right now you tried to make a video or a tweet about the Arc Raiders numbers, how you wouldn't get any of this because people would be like, what are you talking about? They wouldn't have an emotional reaction. They wouldn't. They wouldn't have an emotional reaction. They'd be like, what are you talking about? The game's doing fine, huh? The Ghost of Yote raid launches on April the 10th, they've announced. Team up against the Dragon and Lord Saito with 3 other players. The raid is high-end content and will require 4 players to complete. Okay, so April 10th is next week on a Friday. I wonder if we have enough people to put together a team to actually do that and stream that. I've got to probably grind and get my character level much higher. I haven't gone back through and up the difficulty. I went through and did everything at the entrance difficulty, and then you raise it, and the gear level keeps getting higher. I might have to spend the next 2 weeks grinding and preparing if we want to actually try to stream that and cover that. It's updated. The store's changed. Okay, let's check. PS5. Buy now. There they go. Pro is $900. The digital's $599. Disk drive $650. There you go. It's official. It is official. Paul says Halo. Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about Halo's numbers, you know? It's totally normal. Why did the price just jump? It was weird. Today's the day it was supposed to change, Zubair, and it's 12 in the afternoon, and the numbers were all they were still all the old pricing on PlayStation's own website. It was very peculiar. It was like what's the holdup? I would assume that it would switch midnight in your time zone. You know? They probably waited for 12 East. Yeah. GameSpot's reporting that Crimson Desert's inventory management is still irking players. You don't say. Guys, really quickly, I need everybody right now to double check the like button on YouTube. I'm going to do it myself. Let's try to get the like count to 400, and then I need a quick break. When I get back, we've sort of run the gamut of the topics today. So if there's anything you want to talk about or ask, you can use the question command. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Say hello to my little friend, the black chair. That's right. 1007 with drive and stand. Ouch. Yeah. I would imagine, I don't know. How are they doing today? It says they're down 8 cents, but since open, it looks like they're up. I don't understand this at all. It is interesting. They announced the price increase, and from March 27th to now, their stock is up. Sony's stock is up from 19 something dollars to over 21. I don't know. Yote announced they're dropping their raid. Yeah, next week on the 10th. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream it or play it with you guys or not. I'll have to see if I have time to grind between now and then. I am really enjoying. I am really enjoying though playing Sworn with Madam in the evenings. So that'll be a little. I don't know. That'll be a little bit tough. Nexon CEO admits that First Ascendant had no staying power, and that can't be addressed with a quick fix. There are design issues that are not fixed with a patch. What's the word on Samson? Samson's an interesting one. I believe it's going into early access, isn't it? Like, they're doing raids in Yote. Yeah. What was it? 2 weeks ago, they dropped Ghost of Yote Legends, a completely free update that is a co-op mode that you play with other people, and you make it, go up harder and harder and harder. And then pause. And then as you do that, you can then get better loot. And the loot has tier levels, and you have like abilities and things. It's really cool. They did Legends in Tsushima as well. So Ghost of Yote dropped their version of it a couple of weeks ago. It's very well done. It's very fun. Have you seen the trailer for Mortal Shell 2? Looks very good. It looks really good. Graphically, art direction, all that. Looks very strong. I could never get into Mortal Shell 1. I just couldn't vibe. Like, I couldn't get into, like, a flow state. I don't know if I'll be able to do that with Mortal Shell 2 either. It looks very similar in that regard, but it looked very good. Cool, you guys are playing Scorn? Yeah. Yeah, it says that we're 80% through, so we've actually been, I think we've been doing rather well. And we have 13 hours in Scorn. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of different games this year. BlazBlue, Entropy Effect X, I got to like 20 hours in. About 13 hours in Grind Survivors, I beat that. And we got like almost 40 hours in Palworld. We're taking a bit of a break from Palworld. Well, I'm sure we'll go back. That's actually really cool. I was unaware it was more layered than a round-based game mode. Yeah, there's really, really crazy mechanics in Legends, like a teleporting, like lashing mechanic that you can use. There's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different things you can do in the various levels. Yes, Darwin's Paradox is out today. It didn't get the greatest results from the review circuits, and it sounded to me like it was getting a similar response when the demo came out. It has an 88% on Steam right now. Only 18 reviews, so 88's pretty good, but not very many reviews. It has this is encouraging for those of you that were thinking about trying it out. It already has over 1,000 reviews on PlayStation, and it has a 4.5. That's very good. That's a 90. And the 88 on Steam is in lockstep with that. So I would say that's good. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Cyberpunk Pro update? You think it'll make a big improvement? Yeah, probably. All the stuff we've seen on Pro and the updates and PSSR and all that have been amazing. I bought Darwin's Paradox, and it's good. I mean, there's a part of me that, we could try it. We did that yesterday. We tried some games and used timestamps, and, I know that is something people like to see. Like, they'd like to see more gameplay on the channel. Like, usually we dedicate a stream to it and a thumbnail and all that and redirect. But, the timestamps can kind of help with that to a certain degree, because you can search and then find gameplay that way. I thought it looked cool. I remember when I first saw a trailer for it, I thought it looked pretty cool, but then I kind of heard like mixed responses to the demo. And I was like, well, if it's getting mixed responses in the demo, then maybe it's not. Because it sounded like there was just some things in it that were irritating, is what it sounded like to me. So. Oh, and I do have a, hang on one second. I have a thing to do, a sponsored segment to do on Twitch. It's just like a quick trailer. We actually had a channel skin for this running yesterday, and I saw a trailer for this movie last night, and it looked really, really cool. So give me 1 second here to get this pulled up. Okay. You think they'll add co-op to Saros later like they did for Returnal? I think so. I think so. Given that, given that they did in the first one, everybody loved it. Maybe have Madam play Mouse PI. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so I've got a sponsored segment to do really quickly here on Twitch, and thank you again to A24 Backrooms for sponsoring this segment. And I actually saw a trailer for Backrooms last night. And I was like, oh, that's the thing I have a sponsored segment for on Twitch. And it looks so cool. Like, it feels very like Twilight Zone to me. And that you guys know that, like, Twilight Zone, I think, is the greatest television show ever created. I think it was influential into everything we watch today. I think Rod Serling was a prolific genius. It also has a bit of a Hitchcockian feel to it. Not quite as much, though. It's more Twilight Zone in my aspect. So the premise is this. A furniture store owner vanishes. I'll show you the trailer in a moment. He discovers a mysterious doorway in his basement that leads to an endless network of interconnected rooms. From Kane Parsons, the preeminent creator of the Backrooms YouTube series, this tense psychological horror thriller explores the suffocating dread of liminal spaces and the unknown lurking behind them. It was reminiscent to me of kind of like the hallways and the rooms, and it just has something creepy and eerie in Severance. It kind of made me think about that. But the actual lore of the show is that, it did start on YouTube. And I think the visual aesthetic is very, very cool. Again, it makes me feel like something that we would see in sort of like a modern day Twilight Zone. So let me get the trailer ready for you guys here. I want to make sure it looks good. I've got it running here. I'll have it running at 1080. And then I want to make sure we have our audio working. Okay, there we go. Let me stop my music and let's check out this trailer for Backroom. I want to see this. I want to see it so bad. I love everything about it. It is such again, it just feels so Twilight Zone in all the best ways. Because you guys know, I love Twilight Zone. So May 29th, Backrooms is the name of that one. It's from A24. It is starring Renate Renz, if that's how you say his name. I'm sorry, her name. I believe that's her. And then I'm so bad with names. Chiwetel Elf, I'm not even going to try. The main guy you guys saw, which I think he's fantastic. He's from Doctor Strange, if you recognize him from Doctor Strange, The Martian, Venom, and 12 Years a Slave. So, very, very strong actor. Sound is gone? Heads up, we've detected video stream belonging to somewhere else. Your stream may be... Wait, is the sound back yet? YouTube did not like the fact that we ran that trailer. Huh. It came back? Yeah, YouTube did not like the fact that we ran that trailer. That's really interesting. We've never had that problem before whenever we've run a trailer like that. No, I got a warning on the dashboard. I did. YouTube gave me a warning. Because we're probably going to have to mute that section. It'll probably get copyright claimed at the end. I've been able to hear the whole time. Oh, I wonder if it was one of those regional things. Sometimes trailers get blocked in certain regions. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I think it looks excellent. And again, yeah, I think the visual aesthetic, it says, heads up, we detected video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. If you plan to continue, please ensure that the content and the owner has... Yeah. I've gotten pinged a couple of times on the back end. It'll probably ping me a couple more times. We'll probably get a copyright claim, and then I'll just have to mute that section. Yeah. Sometimes trailers like that get blocked in certain regions. It's very bizarre when that happens. I really can't stand the way that companies handle trailers like that. It's so dadgum irritating. It's like you guys are actively engaging in sponsored deals with Twitch streams, but then you're going to play those games on YouTube. Okay. It makes it so hard in the content creator space to just do basic things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're actively engaging in sponsored, trailer pushes on Twitch, but then you're gonna bark at people for showing the trailer on YouTube. Like, y'all need to figure this out. Crazy enough, Backroom started on 4chan, then Kane Pixels made his YouTube videos based on it. Then, like the SCP site, the Backrooms have made many levels made by fans. Oh, that's cool. I'm very happy we have a new sci-fi low-budget horror flick, something different from mainstream Hollywood. I think we'll continue to see that more and more. Yeah. I would love a return to like more like Twilight Zone, Alfred Hitchcock style content. Those guys were always making like low budget productions that were just so engrossing. I would love to see more of that. Don't the makers of Stranger Things have a new series? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think I've seen anything. There are YouTube channels going over all the levels. That's really cool. I need to read The Yellow King when I'm not super tired, because I might end up making content about it. I might end up making content about it in anticipation of Saros, because apparently there's elements of Saros that it's based off that book. So I've been reading at night, but I'm like really sleepy and like having trouble staying awake when I'm reading it. I've been staying up too late playing video games with Madam. Horror movies have always been at the crux of doing a lot with a low budget. Okay. All right. Got a link for... We're going to be on the show tomorrow with Ginger. Should be a good show. Should be a good show. We do that every Friday. I just got the link from him. Did you talk about this? We did talk about it. That the United States Patent and Trademark Office has rejected Nintendo's trademark. Funny enough, they weren't the first ones to reject it. Japan has already rejected it. So... And apparently it was rejected because there was an opportunity for Nintendo to respond by a deadline. They have failed to do that. So, yeah. Interesting turn of events. One that I would say we all support. Nobody wanted them to win that one. Nobody wanted them to win that one. Shinobi DLC tomorrow. Oh, is the boss, like the other game Boss Rush tomorrow? What are we talking about tomorrow for the show? With Ginger? Hang on. He just sent it. I think he was trying to get another person to join us. I'm not going to say if it happened or not, because I don't know if it happened. But it's going to be... Marathon might be changing. Switch 2 gets more expensive. Crimson Desert delivers. So there you go. Yeah, we didn't talk about the fact that analysts are now saying that, like, Nintendo Switch is likely going to be also going up in price. So we'll be talking about that tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll spend an inordinate amount of time on it because it's kind of something that we expected. So, yeah. it's one of those like, yep, we saw this coming. You know, it's why we didn't really do anything when Xbox did it, and when PlayStation did it, I was just like, yeah, this sucks. You know. Yeah, Shinobi Art of Vengeance is getting an update tomorrow. It's got like other video games bosses are coming to it. Like, was like Eggman's in there, and I'm trying to think of some others that are in there. Yeah. Has there been any other info on the Star Fox game? No, just the leak and the rumor. Yeah. Outside of that, no. They haven't said anything. Yeah. There hasn't been a single thing said. I mean, Nintendo didn't even officially say anything, so. A member plus from my man Justin. 27 months. On my way to pick up the PS5 Pro. Secured it before the price hike. Can't wait for Soros. Whew. You got in under the buzzer, man. 264. I owe both platforms 4 members. So whoever secures the next one, I'm gonna hit you with the 5 bomb. Talking about trying to get over it. It's Nintendo. They get awarded stupid patents, in my opinion. I don't know. Do you have examples of when they've been awarded a stupid patent? I mean, this one's being rejected. It was rejected by Japan, and it's being rejected by the U.S. So, all right. See you, Revertive Cloud. Pocopia sales will boost it a bit. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's going to experience they're going to experience that squeeze of like the prices go up on their stuff, and then it kind of squeezes them a little bit, but it should just balance out. We're not quite to the degree where people are going to be priced out of the hobby just yet. I mean, people will be able to save and get a PlayStation at the $599. You know, if the Switch goes up to, I don't know, if it goes up by $50 or whatever it ends up going up by. I would imagine, you know, that they'll end up doing similar numbers. Like people will probably still get it, play it, figure it out. I mean, if they want one. The issue at this point for Nintendo is they're probably trying to wait a little bit longer because they're sort of just getting started. Like, PlayStation's pretty late in the gen. They've already sold something like 90 million, so they've sold the bulk of what they're going to sell this gen. Like, if they hit, like, let's say, best case scenario, they hit 129 million, okay? That means they've sold 3/4 of that already. So I think it's probably less painful because they're so late in the life. It's really early in the Switch 2's life to suddenly have to raise the prices, especially when they haven't dropped a mainline Zelda or a mainline Mario. So, but I think it'll probably all balance out. Like, I don't think either company is going to be in like dire straits, but they're definitely going to see a downturn in demand. That's totally normal. I want one, and if they're going up anywhere near the same amount by PlayStation and Xbox, holy. Well, Xbox and PlayStation did like smaller jumps initially, didn't they? Like PlayStation did their $50 one. I don't remember what Xbox's first jump was. So yeah, $820 in Canada for the Slim with the disc. That's just steep. That's steep for a console. Cross changed his opinion about casuals in trials when the population got low and he was facing players like ZK all the time. That's when the we need the casual take comes from. Neo Reaper, are you watching live right now, or are you watching back through the show? I'm happy to engage you on the topic. I just want to make sure you can actually hear what I'm saying right now. So happy you alerted us to the price increase as soon as it happened. The PS5 Pro is a notable difference to the base. Oh, did you get one, Melissa? Rockstar confirms that GTA 6 is there where once they did fiscal year, they became new. Stop. I freaking hate tweets like that. Yes, you got one. Okay. Make sure you're live and not watching behind. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Neo Reaper is behind. The PS5 Pro will continue to see different performance upgrades over its lifetime. Samsung has 6 days left until it goes into early access. Somebody was asking about that earlier. Yeah, I just don't know about that one. We'll have to wait and see how it does. I mean, I would say the fact that they're doing early access, I would say, yeah. They're probably more confident in the game and making a game good than like the games that sit there and hype and get everybody to order it. Like, you know, because like early access, you could certainly like get a lot of people to decide they don't want it, get a lot of people that say, hey, you know, I think this is bad. Like, I don't know. I think letting people see your game early like that is at some level a sign of confidence. Like, if they were marketing Samsung like crazy, Samsung, if they were marketing it like crazy and going real hard at this idea of like, you got to pre-order, you got to get in, there's pre-order benefits, like, look how amazing this is, then you could be more suspicious. But the fact that they're like actively saying like, oh no, we're going to go into early access, you can play the game right now. I mean, I would say that's probably encouraging. Makes you really think about how just first world are a problem the price increases are. I, for one, feel blessed that I was able to go out and drop nearly $1,000 on a Pro. They really are pushing people out of the market. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm seeing clips floating around now as well. Like, apparently people are on like Xbox podcasts saying like they hope exclusives come back, and they hope exclusives are like, you know, utilized to like get people to buy the console. People are a little upset that they're saying this because, you know, there was a pretty significant amount of time there where like exclusives were decried as they were decried as anti-consumer and bad, and like this is where the industry is going. So, you know, I think it's fair. I think it's fair to criticize and say, hey, like, Hey, you guys were saying just not a while ago that like exclusives were going away and they were anti-consumer. Like cheering for them to come back seems a bit strange, I had the Pro when it was released. I've definitely got my money's worth. Helix is not a console, though. Yeah, I mean, if it gives the Xbox mode and it gives you the console experience, then somebody could say, hey, for me, it's going to be a console. I don't really care. I mean, it's basically going to be a PC that can boot into an Xbox mode. That's what they're calling the Xbox full experience now, or full screen experience now. Antiquated is what Sarah Bond mentioned. The whole community took that hook, line, and sinker. She's not even the one that started it, though. Phil Spencer started it when he said, I don't know who it helps having Helldivers not on Xbox. And I said, I remember when he did that interview, I told you guys what was going to happen. I was like, get ready. Get ready. They're going to start demonizing exclusives. They're going to say that exclusives are bad. And that's exactly what happened. All of a sudden, that's all I kept hearing. And that's all I kept seeing is that exclusives are anti-consumer. The industry's moving away from exclusives. And they would contort the argument to try to make it seem as though PlayStation wasn't doing exclusives anymore just because they were porting to PC. Well, how the turntables? It's like, according to Schreier at Bloomberg, PlayStation won't be porting their games to PC anymore. Their live service games will still go day and date to PC because they're multiplayer games, but their single-player tentpole titles will no longer be ported. And now you have people actively asking, requesting, or advising that, like, Xbox should do exclusives again to get people to come back to the console. And it's like... So, all that talk and all that bluster about how we should move away from exclusives... and exclusives don't drive hardware sales, and the utopian pipe dream of like, we'll just put games everywhere and then people can buy hardware based on the specifications of the hardware. It's like, oh, wow, it's almost as if that won't work and people don't buy consoles according to that. They're going to buy consoles according to the games that they can play. Both Nintendo and PlayStation proving that. Like, it's just, I don't know. Joker Quinn bumps the line by 1. He gets us 10 away from 275. Thank you so much, Mr. Joker Quinn. Is someone going to steal this with a 10 bomb? Or a tag team 5 bomb would do it. And then right now, I owe 4 to Twitch and 4 to YouTube. I do. Now, Twitch, you can also secure your own 5 if you get yours all the way to 100. You're sitting at 71. That is another option. The Helix will be 1,200 to 1,500. Exclusives will not save it. Yeah, I mean, I would say that's another discussion to have, right? Is like, listen, if you're going to be charged, and a 10 bomb comes in from Broken Earth, and he secures it for Team YouTube, and D-Tom's going to bump it by 1 with his own renewal of VIP. Thank you so much. I owe YouTube a 5 bomb, and I'm going to do that now. Thank you so much. Boom. I'm all paid up for Team YouTube. There we go. Okay. And a single comes in from Broken Earth. He's bumping it again to 277. Thank you so much, sir. And a 10 bomb comes in from Sneaky Wolf and says, let's get it, boys. Let's get ourselves a little member train here. Friday is going to be tough. Sneaky Wolf's going to Broken Earth's going to bump the line one more time with a single, get us to 288. He might be trying to attempt another 10 bomber to 300. You guys are going to need it going into Friday if you want that Madam stream. We didn't get one last week. I don't even know what we would do for Stretch this week. We'll worry about Stretch if we actually get to 500. We'll make Madam play something. I think we need to make Madam play something instead of me. Instead of making me play like Slay the Spire or something, we need to make Madam play something. Another single comes in for Broken Earth. He's probably going to try and bump this to 290, hoping to temp a 10 bomb. Purple, it's your turn. You're up. You are up, Team Purple. There it is, another single to get us a 290. Waiting for somebody to slam home that 10-bomb dunker to 300. We'll see who takes the bait. Arc Raiders stream. Why would he have her play Arc Raiders? There's a lot of looting in there. Her and I played Arc Raiders. It was pretty entertaining. Have her play Darwin? I don't know. I tell you what, we have to unlock Saturday before we even talk about that, because we're still a ways away. Lono, I know you don't believe Fable is still coming this year, but with the new push for exclusives to come back to Xbox, do you think it will still come out on the PS5? When you say new push for exclusives to come back from X to Xbox, what are you saying, Talik? Are you saying from the customers or from Xbox? Because I don't know. I don't see a push. I mean, I see the customers asking for it. I don't know. People are holding out hope that, like, Asha Sharma is going to do that, like usher back in the era of exclusives. And I'm like, what? Like, I just don't see any evidence of that anywhere. From Xbox? Can you point me to what you're talking about? Where do you see Xbox doing that? I thought Asha said they were bringing exclusives back. No. I don't think she said that anywhere. She was brought in by Satya Nadella, and Satya's like anti-exclusive. I think she said "hear you" to that person on Twitter, and there's a bunch of people that have run with videos claiming that. But I don't think she meant anything by that other than, hey, I hear you. I hear you. Listen, I've said that to people before. Somebody will be like, man, this game is so irritating. I'm so frustrated. And I'd be like, I hear you, bro. That's like almost like a, yeah, that's a bummer. Guess maybe I misheard. I don't think you misheard, Talika. I think people are pushing the notion that she has said that and she hasn't. Have Madam play Backrooms on the PS5. I mean, here, we can see what AI thinks. Did Asha Sharma say that exclusives are coming back to Xbox? Based on reports from February, new Microsoft CEO Asha Sharma did not explicitly promise a return of exclusives, but she told fans on social media that she hears them regarding the demand for them. She has since actively shifted the strategy by retiring "This is an Xbox" marketing campaign that previously downplayed console-exclusive platform first and console-only approach. So I think people are trying to read the tea leaves. They're like, well, she said "hear you," and then she got rid of the "This is an Xbox" strategy. But again, "This is an Xbox" strategy was part of Phil Spencer and Microsoft's efforts to do the Xbox Anywhere. I don't think they walked that back at the GDC. They seemed to double down on it. These people never been politely blown off by a girl. We should get coffee sometime. Hear you. They said that going multi-platform was the future and that PlayStation should follow or die. Now having exclusives is great again. Listen, I think it's totally fair to criticize and call people out on the inconsistency, to be like, why the flip-flop? You know? Why the flip-flop? It's totally fair to ask somebody, what changed your position? I've changed my position on things over the years. I have. And you can ask me why. Why'd you change your position on that? Why'd you change your thought on that? And I would tell you, I'd be like, well, I looked at this, and blah, 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 blah. Like, I used to think that Microsoft was a sleeping giant. I used to be a big Xbox fan. Well, what changed your mind? And I could walk you through all the things that have transpired. So, like, it's totally fair to ask somebody those questions. Like, hey, man, the lead up to this was that exclusives are antiquated. They're going away. The industry's moving away from exclusives. You know, exclusives are anti-consumer. Why all of a sudden do you think they should be back on the menu? Exclusives are anti-consumer as it's a stick approach to force buy-in. However, it's good for hardware sales. Of course it is. It can be both and is the case. Good for company, bad for customer choice. What you just said is nonsensical. It's good for the company and it offers more customer choice. What do you mean? You have plenty of options of where you could game and how you want to game. Do you want to play Nintendo games? Nintendo's over there building great Nintendo games, and you can go buy a Switch 2, and the Switch 2 has games built around the motion controls and their IP. You like PlayStation, you like what they have. They're in the market trying to win your loyalty as well. They're making great games like Yote and Death Stranding. They're having to offer very, very high-value games in an effort to woo you to their platform. Like, that's literally customer choice and value being bolstered by the fact that these companies do exclusivity, and then therefore those games have to be amazing. I feel like you're looking at the telescope. You're looking through the telescope backwards. It's like, this literally is benefiting your choice. Like, you want to be able to buy one piece of hardware and play everything. I think that's an unreasonable expectation as a consumer. And because you're not getting that, you will label it as anti-consumer. And it's like, you actually have lots of choices in the market right now. No one's restricting your choices or taking choice away from you. You have plenty to choose from. Not if you want to play your game on a computer, but don't want a console. That's less choice. No, that's not less choice. That's not meeting your preferences. That's not less choice. That's a non sequitur. You're logically jumping to less choice. It's not less choice. You just don't like the choices that are available to you. If I go to a restaurant and they're like, we have this, and this, and I'm like, do you have any vegan options? And they're like, no. You can't be like, well, that's limiting my choices. It's like, no, you don't like the choices that we have. Our choices don't hit your preferences. That doesn't mean there's an absence of choice. The idea that's anti-consumer and like you don't get choice, it's like, no, you do. Your preference isn't being adhered to. I see what you're saying. Right, like, and I feel like you're being sensible about this, Tobacco Man. Like, you're not being ridiculous and entitled or crazy, but I feel like everybody looks at the situation backwards. It's like, Nintendo, if they want you to buy the Switch 2, they have to have killer games and a really good piece of equipment to get you to come over there. If it was just a killer piece of equipment and it didn't have any exclusives, why would you buy a Switch 2? What would be the frickin' point? Are you going to play third-party games on a Switch 2? You want to get a Switch 2 to play Cyberpunk? No, you wouldn't do that. But they got to make their first-party games amazing, which is why people are like, oh, man, a new Star Fox could be incredible. Oh, I can't wait for a mainline Mario or a mainline Zelda. Why? That's a great way they're going to get people to buy the Switch 2. PlayStation, in order to get you to buy a PlayStation right now, they've got some really compelling offers. If you're a console gamer and you want to play Death Stranding 2, got to get a PlayStation. You want to play Yote? Got to get a PlayStation. You want to play Astrobot, Gran Turismo 7, Demon Souls Remake? Do you want to play those games? You got to get a PlayStation. Like, and those are, it's not a coincidence, I don't think. It's a coincidence that first-party titles from Nintendo are commonly like top sales chart games that get Game of the Year nominations. I don't think it's a coincidence that like first-party games from PlayStation are commonly at the top of the sales charts and get Game of the Year nominations. Like, I don't think these things are coincidences. Like, the value of those products is driven up by the fact that like that's the thing that has to move the console. So like, you have choice as a consumer. It's just that you also have preferences, and the current choice is great against your preferences. You're like, well, I would like to buy a really nice computer and then also be able to play Zelda. Yeah, I mean, so would I. I would also like to be able to subscribe to like one television service and get everything, but that would be absurd. I just want to pay Amazon. I don't want to pay anybody else. I just want to pay Amazon, and I should be able to watch everything from Disney and everything from HBO and everything from Apple. Well, there's a coincidence, I think, in the fact that like all of the first-party Apple shows like Severance and others are incredibly high quality. Why? Because that's how they get people to sign up for Apple. like Penguin and the first season of The Last of Us on HBO. Those were high-quality production shows that got people to sign up for HBO. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that like something like even like Stranger Things up until the last season. The last season was fine. I don't think it was very good, but up to that point, like Stranger Things was amazing. Why? Well, it had to be amazing. It was a way to coax people to Netflix. You may not like it, like your preference would be to like, oh, I just want to give $25 to Amazon and then watch everything. Well, yeah, that'd be great, wouldn't it? To be able to get everything and to spend less money. Wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't that be fantastic? We would love this in every department of life. Yeah, it'd be great if I just had to go to one place and spend less money and have access to everything. It'd be great. Death Stranding's on PC. So is part 2. Yeah, you had to listen very carefully to what I said. I said, if you game on console and you want to play Death Stranding, maybe I didn't say 2. I meant Death Stranding 2. If you game on console and you want to play Death Stranding 2, you got to get a PlayStation. Within the context of what I was saying, I was referring to Death Stranding 2 and Yote, 2 of the more recent console exclusives that would potentially motivate you to buy a PlayStation. That's presupposing that those games couldn't be just as good if they were multiplat, and that's a very fair assumption to make given that developers have said when they are able to code to the metal and build a game for one platform, it makes development better. So developers support me in my presumption, so my presumption's actually based on fact and based on evidence. It's not illogical, it's reasonable. Developers have spoken to this time and time again. When they're able to code to the metal, like there's a reason that Yote blows other big giant open world games out of the water graphically, because Sucker Punch was able to code to the metal, and that's all they had to worry about was how does it run on a PlayStation. Death Stranding 2, same deal. Look at Yote and Death Stranding 2 on a dadgum $500 console. Well, now it's $600 on a $500 to $600 console. Look at the way those games look. They look incredible. Why? The devs only got to build for one system, and they've spoken to why that helps the games. See last few comments. AOZ says, you never hear PC people complain that they aren't making the games compatible with old PC hardware. Why doesn't the game run on a Pentium 2? It's anti-consumer to leave old PC hardware behind. It's all bullshit. See the last few comments. Right, like does anybody complain about that? The hardware floor on PC moves all the time, and developers are like, yeah, sorry, you can't play our game on that old CPU, GPU, or with that amount of RAM. You can't do it. There was a time where I couldn't play Call of Duty 4 or Gears of War. I needed a quad-core processor. I got left behind. There wasn't anything anti-consumer about that. They tapped into the new tech. It's basically a new gen that I don't get to be a part of on PC land. Well, that's anti-consumer, isn't it? You shouldn't have to buy new hardware to play those games. You should just be able to buy hardware and play everything. It's a utopian pipe dream put out there by ideologues. Like, they speak, it's an ideology, and a single gift that comes in from Ristic. It's ideology. It's not proper thinking or like logical deduction. To be like, I should be able to buy this one device and play everything. Okay, so every developer everywhere, you're entitled to their product. They should all be forced to make the game for your platform? Would you say that to all the indie games and AA games that only build their game for PC? Are they anti-consumer because they don't extend their budget and their bandwidth and their time to build the game for every platform? Do you see? There's an ocean of exclusives that hit Steam every month. You'll never hear anybody bellyache about that. I mean, maybe you'll hear me bellyache about it because I'm like, man, I'd love to play that game on my couch on my console. Nobody ever complains about that and calls that anti-consumer. Man, why Slay the Spire 2 only on PC? That's anti-consumer. Nobody says that because it's idiotic. It's idiotic. It's only parroted by tribalists and ideologues who talk in a way that strokes the ego of the clickers and the chatters and the watchers. It's not logical. It's not thoughtful. It's stupid. It's like, you'd never... You Slay the Spire 2 and Eugenics, yeah, they're pretty anti-consumer. They're only on PC. Now, thankfully, we know that some of these games are planning to come to console, but plenty games don't. They never make the jump. They can't justify it in the budget. Maybe they don't have the man hours. Maybe they don't have the tech involved. Maybe they can't get maybe they can't afford to invest, in the dev kits. I don't know. But nobody ever says it in the other direction. It's always interesting to me. It will always be interesting to me that the platform with the most exclusives like moans and complains the most about exclusives being anti-consumer. Man, you PC boys have so many games that nobody else can play, and I hear you the most complaining about this. You have literally the most exclusives. Just because they're not money-hatted doesn't matter. You have an ocean of games that nobody else can play. You're like the rich kid that's complaining about the poor kid who got a Happy Meal toy and you didn't. It's like you are sitting atop of a mountain of possessions and you're upset about what this guy over here has. It's like the PC boys literally sit atop a mountain of exclusives complaining about what? Also, I love how the narratives crash in on each other. I thought PlayStation didn't have any games. So why would anybody complain about them being exclusives if they don't have any games? Which narrative is it? It's like 2 to 3 console exclusives a year. In the 6 years that the PlayStation 5 has been out, there has been 2 to 3 console exclusives a year. Just 2 to 3. Meanwhile, Steam gets hundreds of exclusives a year that no one else can play. AA and indie games, just an ocean every year, and yet that's the side of the gaming dialogue that's consistently it's anti-consumer and yeah, like what the frick? You're it's not even a comparison. It's not even a comparison. It's like in a given month you get more exclusives on Steam than PlayStation has had exclusives the entire life of the console. Like what the heck? Whenever I interact with like the most logical PC owners, they will typically say that. They're like, I don't want to buy a PlayStation for just a couple of exclusives. And I'm like, that's totally fair. It is. It's totally fair. If you primarily play on PC, I totally get that. I totally understand being like, I don't want a PlayStation. There's only a handful of games I would play on it. You know, I'd play Yote. You know, I'd play Yote and Gran Turismo 7. I can't justify the purchase. Totally fair. Totally logical and reasonable as a consumer. But to bellyache and to be like, yeah, it's anti-consumer that they do that. If you're playing on PC and you play on Steam, shut the frick up about anti-consumer. Because you're on the platform with the most exclusives. PlayStation has the best exclusives. It's not even close. That's the self-report, isn't it, Queen? Isn't that the self-report? They want to play the PlayStation games that they claim are lame and movie games and no fun. They want to play them. That's why they get upset. Slay the Spire and Mugenics are awesome, but they ain't no God of War or Yote. You know what I'm saying? Now you can play the God of War games on PC, but that's one of the reasons is because they know the games are hot. They know they're good. You know, if they didn't care, then they wouldn't complain. If they were all lame, boring movie games with no gameplay. The hardcore that know how to use a PC will just steal the games anyway? What are you talking about? How many PlayStation 5 games have you... Well, obviously the ones that ported maybe you did. But like... I don't know of anybody who has stolen Yote. What are you talking about? I did want Yote. I cry for Yote. Listen, I'm bummed. I wanted to see Yote soar on a PC. I wanted to see Saros soar on a PC. I was bummed because I know I'm going to enjoy Saros, and I loved Yote, and I was like really looking forward. I was really, really looking forward to seeing the PC boys, you know, take another crack at a Housemarque Rogue. I'm bummed. I did not like it. When they did that, I was like, well, they haven't officially announced it, but, you know, what Jason Schreier said, if that's what's happening. Another dumb take? What are you saying is a dumb take? Are you responding to chat, me? I don't know what take you're responding to. Should I buy a Pro or wait? I mean, $900 is a steep ask, brother. I don't know your budget or your situation. If you're trying to buy a PC that's equal to the Pro, you're going to spend a lot more than $900, but $900's still a steep ask. Oh, the piracy take. Yeah, I mean, that the piracy take's always funny to me. It's like, that's anti-consumer. You know, And you're acting all righteous and taking up for the consumer while you actively admit that you're a parasite on the industry and steal. Like, what the frick? That's always a weird one to me. That's anti-consumer. What do? Well, I steal. I actively harm the industry that's not making enough money. Oh, that's weird. So you're a hypocrite. Yeah, that's amazing. Should I buy today or wait until it's 1,000? I don't. Oh my gosh! Hopefully that doesn't happen. I don't know. Should I wait? I think it's a very difficult ask to buy a Pro right now. It depends on what you're in the market for. If you're shopping a PC and you're like, yeah, it's probably going to cost me about $15. Zubair was saying the other day he thinks it's almost $1,800 to match the Pro now with the way hardware prices have gone. That's Zubair. That isn't me. That's a PC guy saying that. $1,500, $1,800. If you're in that price range, then yeah, like $900 sounds pretty good. But again, maybe you don't want a console. Maybe you want a PC. I don't know what you want. I don't know what your preferences are. I don't know what your budget is. Feed your children first? I mean, he could be a bachelor. What do you mean? He could be a single guy with disposable income and no children. What's good, A Ocean Blue? How are you? The RAM is just too much. Yeah. I was window shopping yesterday, seeing what prices the Pro were, 900 to 1,000. Yeah, it's just too much. It's too much. I cannot tell people right now to just straight up buy one. When it was 700 or 750, I'm like, it's an absolute bargain. Like dollars to power, especially if you're trading equipment in. I thought the Pro was a no-brainer since launch. That's why it always drove me crazy that people were calling it a scam and saying it was overpriced and making terrible recommendations on buying like pre-builts that cost more money that weren't as good. I'm like, I don't know why you're doing that. That's terrible advice. Up to now, the Pro, I thought it was a no-brainer. It's like, if you're in this world, if you're in this department and you got 700 or you're going to trade in to lower it down to like 400 or 500, I don't know why you wouldn't if you're in this world and this is your hobby and you got the money to spend. The Pro was a dadgum steal for the power that it delivered. And then it just got better just recently with PSSR 2. Now, 900? I don't know. It's a bigger purchase. It's $150 more. Then that puts a little bit of a pinch on your gaming budget for the year and how many games you can buy. It's a lot harder now for me to say it's a no-brainer because it's not a no-brainer anymore. It isn't. It's like, well, you got to kind of weigh it. I don't know. Do you have a lot of stuff you can trade in? Can you get that 900 down closer to 600? Like, I don't have a budget when it comes to a Pro. I guess I just want to stay up for visuals on GTA 6. I totally get it. I totally get wanting to be on the best console for GTA 6. I completely understand and resonate with that. But it's $900. It's a bigger decision to make. For the longest time, right? For the longest time, this decision was one of like, $750. It's more of an enthusiast console, It's more of an enthusiast console decision. Now it's like, you're getting into PC decision-making territory. You're getting into PC pricing land. You're not there yet, but you're getting pretty daggone close. I mean, $900. Wasn't there a time where they dropped the price to $650 or something like that? There might have been a holiday sale. I don't remember. I truly don't remember. Yeah, it might have been a Black Friday deal or something. I don't really remember. Wasn't a direct insult to you, so if you feel the need to take it that way, sorry. I was just going off past knowledge back to the 90s and 2000s, so bad take on my part. You telling me they don't get pirated? Oh, Saintster was not encouraging people to pirate. I think Saintster was just saying. I wasn't responding to Saintster as if they were like, ha ha ha, I pirate. And a 5-bomb from Charles Freeman gets us to 296. Thank you so much, Charles Freeman. We're right on the cusp. We are right on the cusp. Okay, so Asha's officially announced this fan fest here. She says, the energy from fans in response to Xbox Fan Fest coming back to LA has been incredible. We're expanding to 7 more cities this year so we can celebrate with more of you. Cologne, London, Los Angeles, Mexico City, Seattle, Sydney, Tokyo, and Toronto. And another 5-bomb comes in from Charles Freeman, the Agents of Chaos. Charles, you know what I think about every time? And a 5-bomb comes in from Broken Earth. A little bit of a member train forming right now. This is one of the best times to do it because the viewership is down to the loyal crew. It's the end of the day. It's a good time to be gifting. Charles, I always think of you anytime I'm at Total Wine and I see the rabbit hole Derringer, because you bought that one for me the one time. I was like, good old Charles Freeman. It does. It makes me think of you every time. I've had people, I've been to like hangouts. I was at a wine tasting, and people are like, well, what's one of your favorite bourbons? And I'm like, Rabbit Hole Derringer. And Rissick with the 10 bomb says, let's keep the good times rolling. 316. Look at that. It's 98 to 71. Twitch, get in the fight. Remember, if your platform hits 100 in a day, I give you guys a 5-bomb instead of the 4 that I would owe. You guys are right on the cusp. That's why I got my PC last year. Glad I already got one. We just got a Total Wine. The place is amazing. Oh, it's really amazing if you use the app and have them deliver it to your house. Oh, that's wonderful. You're like, oh, shoot, I forgot to get stuff. And then you can have it to your house in like an hour. You pay a little extra, and tip the delivery people through the app. Those people are out there, man. They're working and hustling. I always give them the highest tip it'll let me do. And a 5-bomb comes in from D-Tom and gets us to 321. And a single comes in from Rissick and gets us to 322. Look at that. 104 on the day. YouTube reaching and grasping the 100 daily goal for their platform mark. And let's just keep the train rolling. Here we go. Charles says, this is the YouTube I know, gifted subs like crazy. Yeah, we lost our way last week, but we're back on track now. There's the 5 that I owe. I'm all paid up on YouTube. Yeah, DoorDash has booze. Well, that's who does it through the Total Wine app. It's just real easy to do it through the Total Wine app. It's super easy. And then you can you can join like their group, their club or whatever and get like perks and bonuses and points and stuff. Rabbit Hole is the best, period. It's very good. Yeah. I've not had their normal stuff. I got the Derringer because like they finish it in sherry casks and it's like so stinking good. Yo, what's good, Hilly? Good afternoon. I have finished work for 13 days. Happy Easter to all. Happy Easter, Hilly. Oh, that's right. It's Easter this weekend. Oh, I get to go to an amazing party on Sunday. Oh. We have friends that they throw like the best parties for the holidays. So good. Haven't seen Eugene around. I wonder what some of his takes would be on some of the recent stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's been a handful of things I'm like, I wish he was here. Yeah, Marathon, man. Marathon coverage drove him. He doesn't like being here when we talk Marathon. And a single gifted from Broken Earth gets us to 323. He'll be back around. It'll come back around. And Broken Earth with another one gets us to 324. You still streaming Friday and Monday? Yeah, I'll stream Friday and Monday. Monday, I'll probably have to kind of plan for Monday on Saturday. And another one from Broken Earth gets us to 325 on the nose. Thank you so much, Broken Earth. Usually that party goes late. We're usually like at their house like all stinking day, so I don't get any work done. So I'll have to plan for the show on Monday on Saturday, which I hate doing, but it's worth it to just be able to go to that party and just have a good time and not have to think about anything. I have a cool mask tonight. Priest, wash my feet. Who's the boss now, sucker? That's so irreverent. What Easter eggs did you get the kiddos? Madam handles all of that. We'll do a big Easter egg hunt. Two of the people that we do the party with, like, they live close together. And Risic with the Agent of Chaos pushes us past the 326. Thank you so much. Yeah, what's the weather going to be like? Last year, the kids swam. I think they swam. Oh, looks like it's going to be rainy and cold. Easter egg hunt might be off the table. We'll see. I don't care what the show is, just that there's a show. Heard. Get your work done first before you go out and play. That's correct. That's correct. Is there a chance that it turns? Yeah. I don't know. This cold rain front coming through is a bummer. He's strictly been in the Marathon game chat. Yeah, he's still in the community and he's still playing and stuff. I just, listen, I regardless of how much fun you guys are having with the game, I think folks playing it know it didn't go the way they were hoping. It's discouraging, Lono, inside Easter egg hunt? Inside Easter egg hunt? Okay. Maybe I should add some context as to why we can't really do that. We might be able to this year. We have way less kids. In years past, we never could have done that. The number of children is ridiculous at the party. I mean, ridiculous. Like 20 children. So what we would do is with 20 children, you would put like over... At the one year, I think we hid like over 200 eggs across a pretty big piece of property. So if you were to do that indoors, it would just be kind of absurd. Number one, I don't know if you'd even have enough space to hide them. Number two, it's like, well, then it's just chaos. This year, we could potentially do an inside one, though, because I do think we have less children this year coming to the event. But it is usually a ridiculous amount of kiddos. So it's a pretty big production to, like, we have all the teenagers hide the eggs. So yeah. The house that get trashed? Yes. And the two people that we kind of usually do the party at, like the one house, and then you like get all the kids on a golf cart and like go to the other house. Both their houses are like really nice. So you don't want like children running around looking for Easter eggs. What church used to have them inside? We do one at like a park or something. So, but that's a different thing. They do that I think with the kiddos on like a separate day. It's not on Easter. So, yeah. In Houston, indoors encouraged. Otherwise, you have too many fire ant mounds or wasp nests. Jeepers. Well, and in Houston, too, if it gets so hot, right, depending on the day, I would imagine, like, the plastic could melt. The plastic could melt. You know? You could. Catholic crazy or just loads of kids? I mean, we're not Catholic. It's just big families, you know? You guys don't have that market only. You know, there's plenty of families that are large families that aren't Catholic, Hilly. Yeah, not the plastic. Yeah, if you got any chocolate too, for sure. We usually don't do chocolate for that reason. Like, all the kids typically get chocolate from their parents that morning in like a basket. And then so typically for an Easter egg hunt, we usually steer clear of the chocolate. We're usually doing like, I don't even know, jelly beans and stuff that won't melt. I mean, and the right amount of heat, even a jelly bean. So... What games do you get in there for Easter? I don't think we'll get him any games. Madam usually gets them a couple of things. That's like her jurisdiction. I'm too busy. I'm not going to the stores and stuff. Like, I'm usually hanging out with them in the evenings, playing in the front yard, reading Harry Potter. That's kind of where I'm, that's kind of where I am every evening. I don't like get to frequent the stores and Target to see like, oh, what do the kids want? What can we get the kiddos? Like, that's not something I'm able to do. Lono should pass out marathon keys, teach the kids how to grind. That's right. That's right. It's key in life. This is true. I used to always get action figures. Yeah, my parents did that. Action figures. I was so consistently unlucky with action figures. Like, mine would break. Christmas morning, Easter morning, I was always the one with the broken action figure, to the point that one year my dad literally bought two, and I forget who it was. It was Shazam or somebody, where you squeezed his legs and his top half, like waist up, would spin. And I got it out. I went shh, 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 and it went, and then he didn't spin anymore. And my dad's like, wait. I'm obviously like devastated. You're like a kid. You're like, I play with this for 2 seconds, and he had another one, and then it was fine. That one did not break. He's like, I knew it. Speaking of Easter, hubby bought me a mini bunny last night. Nice. What are these Easter bunnies being punched gifts? Like, what is going on? Your son probably wants one of those ugly stuffed animals. Oh yes, yes. They were very sad because their friends across the street moved away, and they were devastated because we got very close with that family. And there's just like a bit of a shadow on the week, and so Madam took him, and he got a big one, a huge one. It's like the biggest one I've ever seen. They needed a little bit of comfort, so I felt for him. It was sad. It's not fun when that kind of thing happens. If it makes you feel better, that bunny became sentient and got revenge. Is it the Fuggles that he likes? Yes. Fugglers. Yep. Speaking of Shazam, y'all reading Absolute Superman comics? King Shazam just was revealed. No, I'm not reading them. He likes those? Yeah, the Fugglers. They call them Funny Ugly. Like, when I was growing up, Fugly meant something else. But they're called Funny Ugly, Fugglers. They are hideous, and he loves them. To be fair, they are cool. Like, if I was a kid, I'd be like, these are so cool. Like, they're dope. They've got a whole vibe. They do. They've got a vibe. I think they really tapped into something. It's like the opposite of all of the squishmallow, like, super cute stuff. Like, somebody thought, we need to make bizarro stuffed animals that they're so ugly that there's something funny about it. So I get it. I get it as a man. I'm like, yeah, I probably would have had these as a kid. They're pretty good. They're not so bad. Um, Tell them to keep it in the package, don't open it and sell it in 50 years and see what happens. The Fugglers don't strike me as the kind of toys that are going to do that. My girl thinks they got real teeth in them. They look real, bro. They look real, man. They do, man. They're creepy. Did you use photo mode on Requiem? I haven't even booted it up after rolling credits. I've been playing other games. I've been pretty busy. What toys did we think would do that? Yo, what's good, Kev? I haven't watched you since the D1 days. Hope all is well. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, you've been following me since 2018. That's a long dadgum time. Yeah, we've been back on the we've been back on Twitch for a year now. We got the channel back last year. Told you they all watch. What's he saying? He says, PlayStation fans in full defense force for this purchase and defending SIE after Sony closed Bluepoint and raised the price of PS5 hardware literally this month. Well, I think people's problem with what Destin said, I didn't even react to what he said. I saw it. He said, y'all literally just closed Bluepoint. Could you not? Well, the purchase of this studio has nothing to do with Bluepoint. Bluepoint was a remake studio that, sadly, and I was very critical of this, I think it was short-sighted to close Bluepoint. I do. I think they should have kept Bluepoint. I think Bluepoint could have done excellent work. I think they could have used Bluepoint for any number of things, and I'm bummed that they closed them because they had good pedigree for remakes. But it's not related to this purchase. Cinemmersive Labs isn't even a developer. Like, they don't make games. They're a specialized team in, like, machine learning. This is for visual computing. Like, and this isn't me defending it. It's just a completely different purchase. It would be like being mad that, like, hey, you closed down that game development studio and then you just hired a new cleaning company to take care of your offices. Like, it's not related. Like, they have completely different purchases. They're completely different purposes, I should say. Oh my gosh, I'm going to show that to my son. He will freaking love that. He will absolutely love that. That you turned me into a fuggler. I have thought about that. Paying somebody to make a really, really, really good VTuber fuggler of me. I think there's a market. I think there's a market for this. You know, people would watch that. It's dadgum terrifying. I don't get why it added a stuffed devil in the background. Like, I love, by the way, the Thor hammer that is also a lighthouse. The stuffed Thor hammer that's also a lighthouse. It nailed the Yote mask. And the Reforge on the coffee. It looks so good. Like, I feel like somebody will do something like that. Like, Destin will say something like that, and people will be like, Destin, that's a false equivalency. And he'll be like, you're defending Sony. And it's like, pointing out your poor logic isn't defending Sony. Like, I feel like people do this all the time when they come into my chat. They come in, they say something absolutely absurd. When you correct them on the logic, they're like, you're just defending Sony. And it's like, no, I'm not. I was highly critical of them closing Blue Point. That has nothing to do with this Cinemmersive Labs purchase. They're not the same. Like, they're not the same. Like, your logic doesn't logic. And pointing that out is not defending Sony. Like, I can be critical of them closing Blue Point. I argued it was short-sighted. I don't think Blue Point's that large that their operational costs were making that big of a difference in your annual budget, Sony. I was critical of that. And I can also say that's not related to them acquiring Cinemmersive Labs. They're completely separate things. Like, what? Like, both things can be true? Like, you don't have to defend Sony to point out the bad logic. You're telling me you haven't always been a fuggler? No. I have not. Oh, I meant to save that. Open link. Copy image. Oh, maybe I did. Hang on. Did I save it? Oh, I did. Okay. I had to drop out for some work. Can you recap some of the marathon discussion you've had today? Basically the idea that the goalposts have shifted pretty significantly. That it went from, being like a hardcore PvP game that's not for everybody to now Ziegler's talking about putting in an option to be merciful. And I think they're moving towards PvE personally. He talked about how plans for the game are evolving. I think they're 100% given the trajectory of the player numbers. I think they are 100% right now internally. Everything's on the table as like what can we do to turn this around, because it's just, I don't know. It's not doomsday anymore. It never really was doomsday to say that the game is headed for disaster. Like, the numbers are just going to get too low. I don't care what plans they have. I don't care what assurances they've made. It doesn't matter if people aren't playing. You can sit here and tell me that, you've got all these plans and you've got this, that, and the third that you're going to do. And it's like, well, does it really matter if no one's playing? Like, the off-peak hours are going to become utter misery. Off-peak hours in that game are going to become utter misery. You're not going to be able to play. Unless you read it at first glance, it does look like a slap in the face. You just let them go, and hiring these guys, just saying what it looks like. Well, but again, I would say that's partly because people don't necessarily look into why games are closed, because a lot of the times we don't know. We don't know why a studio is closed. Like, when you have like Firewalk closed down, it was obvious. We knew why. What they did and what they had spent money on and what they had worked on, it was a freaking disaster. It was like, yeah, you got to go. When Xbox closed down the studio that made Hi-Fi Rush, it made sense. Even though we were all upset about it and we disagreed with it, it was like, you just did this huge acquisition. They're a small studio. They don't generate enough revenue. They're out. It was irritating. It was frustrating. It was in direct response to the acquisition that we all said shouldn't happen and said would lead to studio closures, and everybody assured us it wouldn't happen. It's like, and this is where the nuance turns into, oh, you'll be critical when Xbox does it, but not critical when Sony does it. And it's like, I was actually critical of Blue Point closing just as much as I was critical of them closing down the studio that made Hi-Fi Rush. I was critical in both instances for completely different reasons, though. In this instance, I was critical because we warned people what the acquisition would lead to. And in the instance with Bluepoint, I was critical because it feels short-sighted. I understand the impending economic struggles and volatility, and they're trying to shore up and get as much production cost reduction as they can. I get that. It still feels short-sighted to me. So in both instances, I'm being heavily critical, saying it shouldn't happen, but for very different reasons. Instead of just screaming and yelling and saying it's dumb and it's greed, which is that's not analysis. That's just an emotional response. So it's like I think that anytime you have these discussions, that's why it always gets turned into console warring, because that's an easier thing to do. You think it's okay because you like them. You think it's bad because you don't like them. And it's like, in this instance, I was heavily critical of both companies, both times they closed studios down. But my reasoning was completely different. It's like, you could get in a car accident because you roll a stop sign, and then this guy could get in a car accident because he's speeding. I'm going to be critical of both instances. Both are a lack of safety and awareness, but the reasoning is completely different. It's like, in both instances, what I'm going to be critical of is different, even though the result was the same. You both got hit. You both got T-boned because of mistakes that you made while driving. Speaking of studios they haven't closed, Sony needs to have Bend remaster Siphon Filter. Oh. The difficulty of wanting people to do things like that, remaster Siphon Filter, or when people wanted things to happen with like Sly Cooper and other things, I don't think the studios want to do any of that crap. And I'm not calling the games crap. I'm saying to them that's what the work would feel like. It's like they want to make something new. They don't want to go back and remake super old games, especially when the likelihood of those games being in high demand is low. Like, I don't think you're going to generate a ton of money making a Siphon Filter remake. You're not. Same with Sly Cooper. Same with any of those efforts that people cheer for and want to have happen. The studios are going to be like, we don't want to work on that. Well, you know what I mean? Like they want to work on new stuff. I think even the guy from Sucker Punch literally said that, did he not? That like, yeah, nobody even really wants to work on like a Sly Cooper right now. You know? I wasn't watching the time, by the way. We have been going for over 4 hours. That's usually our typical ending point. And we're at an hour and a half. I'm sorry, not an hour and a half. We're at 1:30 in the afternoon for me, so I need time to kind of plan the afternoon and work on stuff. So this is a great reason for you to click the join button. For $5 a month, you support me, you get a badge and emotes, and you get to come to the Discord, which is where we're headed to next. That's where we do the green room. So if you're watching this later, that supports me. If you're watching right now, it supports me. If you're watching on Twitch, you can use your Prime. You can sub for $5. You'll never see an ad on Twitch when you do that. And on YouTube, it gets you access to, well, we don't do the members content anymore. Never mind. You get a badge, you get emotes, and you get access to the members only Discord. So you both get access to that. It supports me either way, whichever platform you feel like supporting on. $5 a month. We are still trying to get to 600 paying members on YouTube. We're stuck at like 540. That's pretty much where we've been stuck for 4 years. And we are no longer offering members content on YouTube. We stopped doing that last year because it actually hurts your channel, which is why we moved it to the Discord. So support now is for the badge, the emotes, and access to the Discord, and it helps us do this full time. So you're keeping the lights on. This is a fan-funded show. So if you can't do that, hit like, make sure you're subscribed. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll also be on the show with Ginger tomorrow, okay? Thanks so much for all you guys do, and see you in the Discord. If I don't see you in the Discord, we'll see you tomorrow.